Welcome to TCH Live. We are here at TCH Social in Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee, joined by Sam Perriman
Hey guys.
here in the booth. We've got an exciting evening of poker set up here for you. We got 5-5, no limit, uncapped. But as is customary here, we'll start with a $10 bomb pot. Actually, looks like they upped the ante to 25 for this particular bomb pot. So two boards, PLO.
They used to draw the little fucking circles on here.
All the way.
Yeah, don't make fun of
Get the
Right here.
players' hands loaded here.
There wasn't one sitting there?
Got an exciting lineup tonight. We've got a couple of action players and Manny and Prestige rejoining us after some time. He's been a regular on the stream in the past in seat 7.
Big Manny fan.
Manny, fun to play with. Got to play with him on stream a couple 3 weeks ago.
it open. Yeah.
Alright, that's gotta be it. Yeah. Alright, send calls.
I mean, there's a list, but say something.
Who is that guy? Is he good for the games?
Oh,
That's not Toe.
It's like Mount Rushmore of Austin.
If you choose and if you step away, it's fine.
Let's get him in.
Yeah, take it. 3 calls, 4 calls.
Hey, let's get that guy in.
Alright, 5 ways.
I can feel it.
Yeah, we like action.
I can feel it. It's already action.
Looks like we're 5 ways to a river here. 575 in the middle. Looks like Kevin and Mike, if they don't fold, will be chopping this pot.
Oh, I don't know. This is on both. I need help here.
And that is how it will play out. Actually, a decent profit, even with the chop pot. Good way to start the night from Mike and Kevin, profiting a little over $200 each.
No flush?
It's weird when you have 5 hands go to showdown and two pair wins.
That is very strange. That's a great point. Yeah, if you're not familiar with playing bomb pots and you plan to start, don't start trying to go showdown 2 pair very often and expect to be dragging the pot. That's going to be
Flush blocker.
a rarity. We've had some massive initial bomb pots. It's great for the viewership to have an initial huge bomb pot, but when somebody scoops, you always feel for somebody if they get stacked on the very first hand of a live stream.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're going to do that, that's better than at the end. You have time to make it back.
Is it 5-5 or 2-5? 5-5. 5-5. Yeah. 5-5. That was that's 5.
So who are we missing in that seat?
I don't know. I want to say like Blake will sit there live.
Yeah,
As
Blake
long as
told me,
it's
he's
like
like, man,
$200
the one
you're
day
like,
I'm
oh,
gone,
nice.
you
You
show
remember
up. I was
I'm adding $150.
So on to our first no limit hold'em hand. The 5-5. We'll have straddle on, and in fact, we got the $40 straddle on right out the gate here.
Oh, I'd love to see this.
Yeah, they're going to play big tonight. We'll see some stacks probably approaching the 10K mark.
Dude, have you been here?
I've been here once. I think I've played here once, yeah. It was maybe like the 3rd week, and then
What about the other one?
Kristen's dinner was $8.
and then I started school. This place opened up in August? No, or July.
It used to be free.
Sounds all right.
Alrighty, Bertram flopping the 2 pair. Not a lot for anybody else besides Mike with the gut shot.
Yeah, Bertram was in the straddle, so that's how he ended up in there with a raggedy holding like 8-3, but it's good in this configuration. And Mike needing a 10. 7 of spades on the turn changes nothing.
Were you guys like
Go find her yourself.
Well, we were told that medically it may not be
yes, till 6:15, I believe.
for
Somewhere around that number.
And as we speed ahead here, the graphics didn't quite catch up, but it looks like we had a bet and take it from Bertram.
Nature took over.
What happened probably
He's ready to
8
go.
months sooner than we thought it was. But
We want
we're not
chase.
really complaining.
So yeah, fun lineup here. We've got a lot of the regular suspects.
15 minutes is
As previously mentioned, Manny
15
and
minutes is reasonable.
Prestige probably going to lead the way in VPIP.
Depends who it is.
We started at.
Kevin always a rock in the 5 seat.
No, we're not.
Not with 6 deuce off though. If he can figure out a way to win that hand, I'll need a lesson.
I think we're waiting for Rishi.
Yeah, there's some hands you just don't touch.
Right. Yeah.
Very few. But that one's just not.
Yeah.
That's usually my comeback if somebody makes a comment about me being a little quiet at the table or VPIpping low. I'm like, well, if you've learned how to win with 9 deuce off, then go ahead and give me a lesson because I haven't
for
figured it out,
sure.
so I'm folding.
You buying?
Not so
I'm not drinking wine. So I'm like, I don't drink wine.
What the hell?
I shot though.
I need Blake here, dude. Blake will buy me some fucking cane. Big
Yeah,
Daddy
you gotta-
Blake.
You gotta bring it in.
I do sometimes. I have a bunch of bottles at my place. I invited you to my. You got my
Kevin,
text.
you didn't want to play with me, man?
I
Invited
played
you to my home
with you. You got the match.
That's not. Nah,
Looks
that's
like
fine.
Prestige
You-
will
you
take
give
that
me
one
what
down
you
with
want.
middle
That's not
pair.
the Same thing.
I'm
man.
gonna go as far
I'm
as
good
say
about
I
this
don't think you would have played my hand.
Yeah, I texted you. I had a home game.
What do you have?
I
2-7?
definitely think.
No, I would have played 2-7.
Okay.
2-6?
Off.
Kevin with the quote of the night already. I don't think even you would have played the my hand.
I would have been happy
No,
to
that's
play
good.
I had a couple players.
Straddle.
Hand 4 shots fired.
It's a pretty direct way of saying someone plays a bit looser.
Yeah.
That's what you had.
Yeah.
Barber with a couple of 6s here. He'll be under the gun.
Smooth call.
Wait, you called clock on yourself?
He called Paul. Shadow Husa?
I've never been called clock on. I'm waiting for that day. I might make today that day. What do y'all think?
It's always can be a little awkward when you have the straddle on and you've got a small pair that you want to see a flop try to hit your set, and this is exactly why you're not raising. You get 3-bet and the pot's a little smaller so you can make the call.
Donovan. It was Donovan.
I believe would be Barber's general strategy. He's going to make the call here, so it'll be 3 ways to a flop. Bertram, Prestige, and Barber.
Yeah, that's pretty sure.
Oh, sorry.
It was like 2 minutes, which is a little bit short.
Well, that's a nice flop for Barber.
And he said,
That is the dream flop when you hold a small pocket pair. Ace high board hits your opponent, and you have the very hidden set. See how quickly Barber tries to play it. There is a couple of clubs there, so he's not going to want to give away a cheap turn, and he pumps it up to 250 here.
Thought I was bluffing.
Bertram with a pretty quick call. What do you think about that calling with a pair of aces, kind of moderate to weak kicker?
Well, as Barber's betting, I don't feel good about calling it out of position, but
Agree.
that's a pretty wet flop. So if you're representing something or had plans to represent something, board texture change could definitely allow you to play different styles.
Pretty good value there for Barber. Kind of the nightmare-ish run out of running clubs.
No,
So
for
any
sure.
club beats your set, which feels like the nuts on the flop.
I got in trouble, man.
Yeah, bet on the river makes Barber have to make a choice.
That would have been nasty.
My last 2 times. I'm here to run that shit.
I'm sure Bertram would have if he could have seen what he held.
Oh, for sure.
On stream. On stream.
I doubt it.
It's hard playing a weak ace out of position.
It really is, yeah.
You got like combined chips or what?
That's why oftentimes it's a good idea to let them go pre-flop.
I fold, like,
Don't have to even think about it.
They get all this air. Yeah, they lift.
I bet
They're
they're
fine.
carrying a raise
Fucking
like
sons.
like a
That's what I mean. I feel like they're lighter or something. Like, yeah.
Except for like ace 5, that's the new aces now.
Oh,
So-
well, I call it
Suited,
the poor
obvious.
man's ace-king.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like ace-5 suited. Everybody just decides they have to 5-bet with it now because it's the cool thing to do.
GTO.
Yeah, staying balanced here with my ace-5 suited.
I'll take the Lakers.
Yeah.
Manny
I have partaken in that trend. I can't say that I've really smashed a whole lot of disguised flops with it. So
that's why it's even money.
if anybody plays against me, cover your ears. But I've quit doing that.
Oh, he's a
It was
changed
not
man.
profitable. Yeah.
I was just
Got another set, back-to-back sets, this time from Manny, and Manny's an aggressive player. Somewhat likely to get some action here, although nobody else with much.
Yeah, I
Although-
think Kevin will
yeah, Kevin will
see another
Yeah, with second pair,
backdoor club.
gonna at least see the turn.
I'm doing like one of those.
Our beloved ace-5 suited would have got there if anybody had it. Just as we're
We're
talking
manifesting
about the
it.
hand. Yeah, we manifest an ace-5 run out.
Work, no nothing.
Kevin could probably let it go, but knowing Manny,
Yeah,
knowing his opponent, it might be another good float.
and Manny would also be playing this and he boats up on the river, and this is actually technically a good card for Kevin. I think he's going to check call here once again. How much value is Manny going to go for?
If he does 1 or 200, I think he's getting the call. That's about 300. That's an interesting choice.
I think a literal side call
200.
here.
Ooh.
Big side from Kevin, and he pays it
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
Oh shit. The sets are out
Hard to
tonight.
put that man on a hand.
It really is. He caused me some nightmares about 3 weeks ago on stream when we had the Aggies versus Longhorn stream. He's very tough to play against. It's easy when you can see the cards in here, but when you're out there in the wild,
In the wild.
and that image is exactly why I got paid there by Kevin with an under pair to the jack.
Yeah, good bet size on the river by Manny.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We can pay attention there. He went, what was that, about 2/3 pot?
He did 200 into 700, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay, even less. So like about a third pot. Be interesting to see if how big he goes when he's bluffing in the future, or maybe semi-bluffing. See if there's something to pay attention to. And he's got his favorite hand again. Just flopped a set with threes. Can he make it 2 in a row?
He's a believer.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
This is a first on the stream. I have never seen a player flop a set with the exact same pocket pair.
Wow.
Back-to-back hands. In the dream flop, Mike has ace, king, top pair, top kicker.
This looks like deja vu. Oh, Mike. He's in trouble.
Smooth call from Manny. The 6 does bring in some straight possibilities, but somewhat unlikely holdings for pre-flop action.
Betting a quarter pot.
And Manny's trying to figure out how he can get all the money in. Still plays it a bit slow here.
Wow.
Boat on the river. Safe card for Mike. How big does Manny go?
I'm going to say half pot.
Yeah, he went 2/3 to half a bit ago, and it looks like that's what's being counted out again.
Third pot.
Mike's just going to snap this off.
Yeah, another side call.
There's really no way you can. And get ready for Manny's reaction when he shows back-to-back sets.
What is going on exactly? Hand 5 and hand 6. Manny wins with a set of threes, turn boats.
I wish AI knew poker so that we could ask it, what is the likelihood of a player being dealt the same pocket pair and flopping sets with it in back-to-back hands? That would be an interesting probability to know. It's got to be extraordinarily low.
Mike, I think lost minimum with
He
this
really
hand.
did. Yeah,
There's not a lot of hands that beat him in theory.
and I don't know exactly how much history Mike and Manny have, but top pair, top kicker, depending, on the night, it sometimes feels like the nuts versus Manny. He can play
Absolutely.
second pair, third pair pretty aggressively. In the first bullet sighting here by BetStack.
Hand 7. Back-to-back sets followed by
Yeah.
aces.
Coming out the gate hot tonight.
We don't need AI.
Yeah, we just got some useful info here. So just a 0.566% chance of back-to-back same pocket pair, and then once that happens, flopping a set back-to-back is 1.39%
Okay, time's up.
as a
And-
subset of that. So we're talking extraordinarily low odds.
And now you know.
But not to get too distracted here, we still have the bullets for bet stack, and he's going to raise 7 high board.
What time is it, Mike?
Do have a gut shot for Manny,
10 after 6?
and Prestige also
I mean,
What's his name?
we gotta, yeah, we gotta call fold on
with some backdoor draws here.
Yeah.
I fold.
I think I overwinded it. No,
So
it
they
works.
hold it until 6.
It's just not telling the right date right now. Yeah.
Kevin, if I would've looked-
Looks like everybody gets out of the way of bet stack. I've played a fair amount of poker with bet stack.
Oh, you should have looked at 1.
Yeah, we got.
Be interesting to see him play on stream.
Wow, that's a better hand.
Coming. It was coming,
You
too.
didn't want me to get the clubs.
Yeah,
Good
that was
move.
the flush I was in that. So yeah, what I would have looked, the one I would have looked at would have been.
Probably wouldn't have minded winning a bit bigger pot, but obviously the cliche is with aces you win a small one or lose a huge one.
And truly, the card distribution for everyone else was awful.
Yeah, it
there was,
was-
there was nothing cute
Yeah.
about anybody's hands. I don't think there was any paint dealt besides a jack and aces. Of course.
Yeah, it's sometimes that can be the more painful type of session to have is to make a bunch of big hands when just absolutely nobody has squadouche.
No, he gets.
Y'all waiting for the bump pot? Is that what we're?
So it looks like we're gonna re-deal here. While we take a moment to get this hand dealt, what was? Did you have a good time on last week's stream playing Big O? I assume
Oh my gosh, I
that's
had a
your
blast.
favorite, right?
Yeah, I ran into some unfortunate hands, but I was sad it ended. I was like, only 4 hours of this? I could go on for another 4, and I did just off stream.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I actually stayed and played after the stream and saw y'all were over there. I think
Oh yeah.
for quite some time.
I
right?
think we stayed on the live stream table until about 4 a.m.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we love the game, and Greg Vale was in town. He's one of I think he's the only person who's written books on Big O, and he's got 3 of them right now and going. He's a great commentator, and he put a lot of knowledge out there for everybody, for those learning Big O and those who are trying to sharpen their skills.
Yeah, I had a great time sharing the booth with him, and he made my job extremely easy. I basically just sat back and let him flood us with knowledge. It was
Yeah, he's
I'm
great, a good friend of mine.
on the newer end of playing Big O, so being able to hear his insight was great. If you're interested in playing Big O, I'd strongly recommend go back and listen to last week's stream because you'll learn a lot. Some streams, maybe not as educational as others, but that one you truly would be able to glean
Oh, absolutely.
a lot of insight.
I just want to point it out. Manny's got pocket threes again. This time
That is
he is
unbelievable.
counterfeited, and it's unlikely to win unless we get some special betting going on.
Kevin pointing out the trio of trays that he's had.
Kevin got lucky.
Avoided this, yeah.
Avoided the 3 tragedy.
200, I make it crazy, and I'm like, nah. Something squared.
So speaking of Manny and his sets, he's up 1K, leading the way here. Barber up just under 500. Everybody else around even. Mike, the bit of a cooler top pair, top kicker versus Manny's set, but as you said, Sam, really kind of lost the minimum there. Could have been
he
a much bigger pot.
Definitely took the low variance route, which saved him a lot of money.
3 times. Not even one. Not even one rotation.
He had 3s.
I did that threes again.
Shows Bertram folded ace queen suited, and I'm gonna guess that had to be a misread.
Yeah, and he had 3 4s.
Seems unlikely he would open fold that.
You're gonna have pocket 3s for the rest of the night.
That's probably a
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt
that's
on that
probably a
one.
good read there.
I've seen Bertram play enough that
They're hot, officially. That's
He's tightened his range. He's ace king plus.
yeah.
He's dealing. I'm just playing. Hey, I'm just watching and
Oh, he in fact did not fold. Does have ace queen suited.
That feels more right. Graphics catching back up.
There we go.
This is always the fun part of commentating
The
is
rest of the night is
finding the balance between graphics and
Right?
talking.
Yeah.
Prior hands.
It's kind of inevitable. We'll have to walk something back at some point. Top pair, top kicker for Bertram.
1 in 230-ish.
No, to get a pocket pair, every like 17 hands.
Very specific one.
Relatively connected, but rainbow board.
I get more. I just play every hand.
you break all the molds, all the rules.
He's gotten pocket threes in his lifetime as many times as we have. It's just short-term luck.
We shot that?
No, we have Brandon. It's not luck when he's dealing from the bottom.
Thank you, bro.
Bertram will take down a small-ish pot there. Well, small medium pot. A couple $100 in profit.
I have the beholder there. I mean, he was fading a lot. He had to deal with the new age aces.
That's true.
100,
Not-
Barber.
Yeah,
not
the,
suited,
uh,
though.
Do the 100, Barber. Do the 100.
You need to come up with a better nickname for Ace 5 suited.
614 or
Yeah, it's like 13.
all right, let's
Needs to be a little
No,
tongue-in-cheek,
it's a
right?
50s on, brother.
okay, yeah, 50's on. Like
No, for real, who are we waiting on?
We're in there.
Do we know who we're waiting on or not?
They were waiting for me to do something like this.
Yeah, they said he's walking in. He's walking in.
Who's walking in? Who's the mystery man?
We may never know.
A lot of very similar holdings here. Bertram's going to flop the best of it with, once again, a pair of queens. This time, jack kicker.
It's a fun flop. Kind of targeted everybody in a way.
Yeah, everybody's somewhat connected. Even prestige backdoor clubs. A little bit of a stretch, but nonetheless.
He's reaching, but like I'm ready for it. Prestige keeps making these interesting stabs, and I'm waiting to see something happen. Because one of these is going to work.
Yeah, and there's the club on the turn. Inches closer. Bertram's still ahead, and he will make trips on the river. Who was
Dicey
that?
river for Doug, though.
Yeah, Doug now also with trips.
Prestige. Just going for it here.
Yeah, picking the wrong time to barrel.
It's hard to represent top pair or making trips four-way to the river, but I admire the heart.
Yeah, heads up. I think you can take that shot, or maybe even three-handed, but or three ways, but
Not new guy anymore. I got a name.
We're gonna
unlikely to
get
get
two
through.
callers.
Oh no, I got king high.
I got the queen.
Should have known.
Bertram's gonna win. Very nice pot.
Y'all were waiting for me to bet. I'm a sucker still. Dang it.
Bit of a cooler for Doug for him to be hit-ish on his kicker.
He could nearly find the fold, though, with the action being last act. But I get it.
Yeah. Also, if we're totally honest, playing on the stream, not necessarily for Doug, but does get in people's heads. You kind of start weighing. Would I rather be
He bet a bunch. I called. And
the nit that folded trips wrong on stream, or would I rather just get pipped here?
I feel
and
that.
I'm right some of the time.
A lot of times
So-
it's just show me because
Yeah.
I'd feel better.
Right,
knowing.
right. Actually, our counterpart, typically doing the Dallas stream, Aaron McAvoy, I was listening to a little bit of their stream yesterday. They had a good game up there in Dallas. Poker Bunny and others.
Oh,
Not Poker
fun.
Bunny, Poker Mama.
Oh, I love Pokemon.
One of the other
One of those
poker,
poker girls.
somethings. And he made a good point. He said, there's just something about when you're actually down there on the table. When you can see all the cards, you think all the spots are so clear and the information would tell you exactly what to do. But
Oh, yeah.
when you're actually in the heat of the moment, it's much more difficult than it looks when you can see all the cards, obviously.
Yeah, If we couldn't see their cards, we wouldn't have a lot to talk about.
Right. Yeah. It would be a ton of guessing, which is basically what poker is, a lot of educated guessing.
Oh, for sure. It's a lot of bobbing and a lot of weaving.
Right. Yep. On to our third bomb pot, second bomb pot.
Well, there's Manny with the nut flush.
Yeah, always nice just to flop the nuts. Manny running pretty hot out the gate here.
Prestige. Looks like he has a flush draw, but he's just got the wrong red cards.
Yeah, and he'll keep firing. He does have some equity with his pair of queens. But Manny's going to raise it up, and Prestige might be thinking better of continuing here.
Yeah, it's easy to be scooped here, especially when you're one pair, one pair.
Yeah, good laydown.
I don't mind the bet though. He has the blockers for the straight on the bottom. I'm rooting for Prestige. He's making this exciting.
Fun guy to play with. Real nice guy just to chat with. Great to have him back on the stream, and he's definitely fun to watch.
I didn't have a diamond. I was like,
I feel like I'm gonna see a magic show with his name too. Prestige just makes me just ready for it.
You know, it's been a while. At some point, I was told why he goes by Prestige, and I unfortunately will have to be reminded.
Well, if there's a reason, I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna say he went to a prestigious university. That's my guess.
It's a solid guess. For some reason, I want to say it's like he has an LLC under that name.
I want to believe that's not true and say it's because he's a magician.
He's just actually a magician.
Yeah.
Doug all in here with the ace jack. Picks the right time to 3-bet Kevin here.
He's laying down the law.
Yeah, Kevin with just the queen deuce of clubs.
I looked at one of these earlier.
Doug says, I'll take those chips with my ace jack offsuit.
And showed.
Small in with threes tonight.
Make a little mental note of that if you're gonna be with us here. Speaking of that, we'll be with y'all until 10 o'clock Central tonight. So thanks everybody for joining us thus far. Yeah, see, Doug, the type of player that will be calculated, and the next time he makes that move, he will have a better hand. And Rebel, we apologize. We had some issues with the chat, but we are here now. So thanks for hopping on with us. Good to have you as always.
It's because he's a new commentator. I'm just kidding. He's been here longer than me.
Been around a little bit.
Yeah, the orange one went in.
Kicker problems in chat saying happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday back at you.
Barber with 3-4 clubs. Well, that was like 6 months ago. You were sitting in seat 1.
Kevin now with the ace king suited.
Barber had like queen and he had tanks for like
Little 3-bet to 160.
Yeah, I almost folded. I mean, if it was
I secretly really like 10-6 of hearts. I flopped a
Just-
straight flush with it recently,
Well, that'll do it.
and it's just like I feel like I'm supposed to flop a straight flush every time I have that hand now.
But you know the fun thing, and I don't know if I'm curious if you would agree with this. When you play a hand like that, if you smash the flop, you stand to make a lot of money. You're likely to miss, and you just get away cheap, right?
Yeah, sometimes in position you can see some fun cards and hope for the best.
Right, right.
Or you can play those same hands and just be dominated and lose a lot of money. Sometimes.
Yeah, you gotta. Anytime I play a speculative hand like that, I always try to remind myself: if you flop top pair, don't get caught putting a bunch of money in the pot.
Look at Manny. Pocket threes again and
That's
raises to
unbelievable.
300.
So he's had pocket threes 4 times in 15 hands, and prestige this time with the jacks. He's going big. He'll make it 300 to go.
No, Manny made
Oh,
it
Manny
three,
actually
yeah.
was the raise. Yeah, prestige just flats.
Prestige flats on 1,000. I think I would like to see him jam there. But if you knew Manny had pocket threes, he may not want to because we've already seen what's happened in the past.
To a flop here, and the dreaded ace king 9 flop when you have jacks prestige.
It feels worse for jacks seeing this flop than it does threes.
Definitely does. And the jacks will be good, and 635 in the middle here, and
Let's see if we get a
Manny
stab.
see if Manny's going to stab. Knows he pretty much can't win unless he bets, and he does stab 400. This is a really gross spot, prestige.
Though I feel like oh, he folds, finds the fold.
And Manny shows the threes again.
Rough one for prestige.
Wow. It is the night of trays for Manny. Now, speaking of hands becoming your new, flopping a straight flush with 10-6, I think Manny's may need to have a new favorite hand.
I mean, he does tonight for sure. And I agree with kicker problems in the chat. Every hand can be the nuts with a little imagination. I feel you
true.
there.
With Jags, I know. You didn't see me show?
Had an imagination go both ways. Like, it can speed a spin up, but it can also speed a blast off as well. It's just,
Yeah.
Got to be careful with the old imagination.
Works against the right player.
That's a great point. I was about to say, know your audience when you get imaginative. Manny here with another playable hand. He raises and is 3-bet by Doug.
Who is then 4-bet by Prestige.
Wow, and prestige, yeah.
Best holdings pre. Then Mike gonna come along with his ace 10.
Don't know about calling a cold 4-bet with ace 10 off, but if he wants to see a flop, it's not a huge 4-bet either.
And seeing some of the hands at showdown, and it makes you think that you
Right,
don't have
you
to
could be
have
ahead
top
of
of your range. Yeah.
That's a great point. 9-7 queen flop, rainbow. Top pair for prestige. Ace queen's been pretty hot, flopping top pair.
Doug, the 3-better, I believe, has an open ender.
Yeah, and this is the type of flop you're kind of looking for if you play that suited one-gapper. Would have preferred there be at least one club out there, but it's otherwise connected.
All right, 2 to the turn. Wow.
Doug just immediately gets there. 5 of diamonds, and he
But
just ships
Prestige has diamonds as well.
Yes, prestige does have outs here. Top pair, nut flush draw.
I think we're going to
versus
run it twice.
the turn straight. Oh, and prestige
No,
gets there.
run it
They
once.
run it once, and prestige
That was epic.
wins a massive pot.
They ripped that Band-Aid off so fast, I wasn't even ready.
Yeah, they were pretty decisive about what they were going to do there. But
Absolutely.
wow, prestige goes from nearly having to reload to now he's got 1,700 in front of him.
Doug had
saved my life.
I know this is mathematically untrue, but I feel like the people who give a lot of action tend to be a little bit on the luckier side.
I mean, I think the poker gods allow
I
them
think
to
they
be, yeah, for
reward
sure.
them, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's how it works.
Just read your mind. I know.
Yeah, like if you're only going to play aces and your VPIP is super, super low, it's more likely for the time that you get the action with your aces that they're going to get cracked.
Right.
Because poker gods don't want to reward nits.
That's true.
So I hear.
Got a couple more folks in the chat. Phony, welcome back as always. Darren in chat says greatest chat in the world. I agree.
All right, and we have a new player, seat 9, Rishi. I think that's how you say his name?
Yeah, Rishi has been with us on at least 2 other streams that I know of. I know one he spun it up huge, so
Ooh, exciting.
he has a strong game.
He looks like he came to play.
Yeah, he's all business from what I've seen, so see what he can do
If I
tonight.
limp, they all limping. You know what I mean? Well, if I limp here, I don't even think you look.
Bertram takes down a quick pot with the queen jack offsuit.
I queen high.
So Manny's still leading the way up over
Queen high.
just under 1.5K. Bertram up 1K as well.
How much is Barbara up?
420.
Oh, I was just curious.
420 to be exact. Welcome to Austin and Barber and his stack, our profit. Here's ace king suited for Mike. Last time got a bit of a cooler, flopping top pair, top kicker versus Manny's set of trays.
Why, yes, Sergio, that is braided in the box. We have some great dealers here. You said Manny in 3s, and I was looking around. You summoned them.
Hard to mark.
So everybody bricks this flop. Tray 4. Although bet stack has a mystery card. And Rishi gonna come along with king high. Oh, excuse me, raises.
Brayden, did I give you 600 or 700?
And bet stack
600?
is gonna come back over the top.
Okay, if mystery card is not a 3, what else could it be? The last king?
I wish we knew because this is a great move if it is not a 3, but this looks exactly like a
Oh,
3.
that's fun. We'll never know. It had to be a 3.
Had to be a 3. Unless he and Rishi have a lot of history and he knows Rishi could be making a move, which he was.
Which he was. He was like, hello, table. I got king 8 suited. I know this flop is not connected, but
Yeah, I like that move by Rishi.
that's fun.
I do that on paired boards quite often because it's very simple. You put your opponent in a spot where if they do not have a specific holding, they really just cannot continue because they'll be, they're staring down the barrel literally of, 2 more barrels on the turn and river.
Indiana, right?
And if you get called, you can just shut down, and
I don't know about fucking taking Indiana.
not that expensive to bluff.
I think they've been pulling some upsets lately.
Your race is 100. Oh, you got a Halliburton.
That's it.
All you need.
Sorry for the little glitch here. Hopefully our video smooths out. Let us know in the chat if you can still hear us and see the video. It looks like things are back up and running here. Bertram raising up King Jack offsuit here. Manny with the connecting cards, Prestige as well. King high flop, Bertram once again top pair.
91% favorite on that flop. kind of hard to get.
That's pretty tough to be a 91% favorite 3 ways with just a single pair.
Yeah, the only thing that can beat him now is a 4, I believe. Or a 9.
Yeah, 4 or
yeah.
9 for Manny. Just pick up the open ender.
Those double gutties or those open enders are. I love those backdoor open enders. Those are my words I'm trying to use.
And Bertram's hand holds, and see if he decides to go for some somewhat thin value here. And he does. I
That's
like it.
Third pot. Fun.
Wow, and gets paid off by just a rivered pair of 6s. So Bertram really kind of getting max value there versus Manny's draw and rivered pair.
Yeah, Manny deciding to pay off a busted missed flush draw probably.
They'll actually trade places at the top of the leaderboard. Now Bertram up a little over 1.5K. See Sarah in the background there, one of our fantastic waiters and waitresses. Bring you food and drinks at the table, complimentary water and soda. Have a great restaurant here. All the food is incredible. If this was not a poker club and a standalone restaurant, I would still come eat.
Yeah, we say it every
It's
time,
amazing.
but the food's that good.
Go say hi. He's out there. He's out there. Yeah.
Manny here with the
Probably asking about you too.
robbery.
He does.
Do you get that reference, Sam?
What
the Jack
was-
4 offsuit is the robbery.
I know it as
From
the
the-
flat
from the
tire.
Robbie?
Oh,
You noticed flat tire.
the robbery.
Yeah, the Robbie.
Yikes.
The robbery. It's getting to be a dated reference.
I
Hard to believe
considered
that.
being a Robbie for Halloween last year.
Oh, that's a great idea.
It would have been.
You got to have a lot of poker friends for them to get it. Which I believe
that's
you
all
do,
I
right?
have. So
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. My question is, how do you dress up as a Robbie?
I would just try to, the chain she wore, the
That's
tank
true.
top, the glasses,
Yeah,
probably a jack and a 4 in my hand.
yeah. It's funny. Yeah, oh yeah. Just be walking around holding Jack 4.
I played with her in Vegas, like in a high-low tournament,
Oh, wow.
and she had her little dog there, and I was just like, "This is adorbs."
Was this before or after the...
Oh no, this was in the last year, probably in December.
Oh, wow.
It was like an 1100 Big O event. Pretty random.
Yeah, that is quite random. I hadn't seen that she was still playing. So we got 3 ways to a flop. A lot of hands that interact with each other here. 10 high. Nobody with clubs. Do have a middle pair for Rishi, and he'll take the lead. It's like an accidental bet out of turn there, possibly from Prestige, but and Rishi's going to raise again here with the best hand.
Yeah. Nice. Sit in and get this table liquored up. Do we?
And gets Prestige out of there. So Rishi taking down another pretty nice
Manny, did you order
pot
food?
with
No.
Oh, that's probably
a
his.
low to moderate strength hand at best.
Yeah, he's attacking the board
Yeah, he
texture,
really is.
and
Oh, y'all can't drink.
that's a pretty awesome bet. I'm a fan already.
Yeah, I mean, and this
Yeah,
is very consistent with what we've seen in the past. So it'll be interesting to watch him operate for the next few hours here.
He's just representing strong holdings all the time, and that's amazing. Not letting his cards dictate what his actions are going to be, but more the way the board and the players are reacting.
Yep. And like, for example, trying to put bet stack in an awkward spot on that paired board, although we suspect that bet stack happened to have it that time, but yeah, just putting his opponents in uncomfortable situations.
I said I'll give you whoever you want in the second.
Speaking of bet stack, he has the ace king offsuit.
Yeah, I mean, Nuggets
We'll raise it up.
No Lillard.
Doug's turn with the
Yeah, I
threes.
think, yeah, Bugs are on the road. Yeah, no, Lillard's on
We
the
know
road.
those have been hot tonight.
It is interesting. You tend to want to play the hands you see that are hitting more. It feels like when you see threes a lot, connecting with the board, making sets, you want to play them more. It just
That's funny. I know a lot of people. I don't know if I'm in the minority here. I don't. I don't.
I mean,
think
I'm in
about that at-
denial. I don't want to think that way, but like,
Yeah,
there's-
no, I got you.
when I see him,
Right,
I see
right.
Manny's hit 3
It's just
sets
a
and 15 hands.
subconscious.
It's
Yeah,
just
Yeah, I mean, who cares
I'm
about
only
that? What would
human.
do? You take
I
the
hear
Lakers.
you.
I'll take the Nuggets. 100
I kind of wish that I did because I see a lot of people. They kind of get that, extra positivity going and can lead to some good results.
Yeah, 'cause it's a push, remember? At one time,
Everybody,
I almost threw.
it's whipped,
somewhat
really.
amazingly, has completely whiffed here, and Doug's trays are going to be good 4 ways
Each game's 100.
on a Jack 9 Deuce 4-6
No,
flop.
remember? So, oh yeah, you're right. Let's take it. 'Cause
And
you get
Bet
100
Stack
bucks
has
up.
said, "I'm done checking. I'm going to try to take this down,"
Yeah, identifying nobody liking their hand on this river.
and that's going to work.
I mean,
Well, is there another game we could do? Like,
They're better games, I think.
And can't even somewhat blame Doug for getting away from the trays there. Just
Because I want that action.
somewhat incomprehensible that 4 ways on a full run out that
oh, Celtics.
nobody
Suns,
would make a
Celtics.
pair.
Oh, Celtics Suns, that should
I
be
mean, I'm
it.
taking Celtics then.
That's fair. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Kicker Problems in chat says, "I flopped a set once."
Brown's been out long.
Fond memories, right?
All right, let me think about
It always feels like the last set you flopped was forever ago, and it may never happen again. Although I did have a disgustingly hot session recently. I flopped top set like 4 times in about 5 hours. So
Wow,
Yeah, it was-
that's pretty good hourly.
books. At least have
I was stuck at the end. No, I'm just kidding. Rishi here with the Jacks.
That would be nice.
You can like ask them. They let you know.
Yeah.
And Bertram
I'm going to make sure I was at the 90%.
call his raise with King Queen. Other notable hand here. And middle set here for Rishi. Huge flop.
Monotone board. Not
Yeah.
ideal, but like nobody's mad at this point.
Yeah, and top pair for Bertram, but drawing nearly dead. Manny has some equity, with the only player with a heart. But gets out of there. I believe, or does he still have his cards? Oh, excuse me, Manny does still have his hand. And actually,
No, Manny folded.
oh, he did fold. Okay, I saw something white. He's holding his whites. Okay. Got a graphical error here. So it's Bertram and Rishi to a river, and it's all hearts. And actually, they'll be chopping. That is unbelievably gross for Rishi. You flop a set and you chop. 'Cause there's 5 cards.
I mean, Bertram
All
still
the
has to
same
make this
suit.
call. He has to decide whether or not Rishi has a heart in his hand, and it's so likely for him to have a heart in his hand. You
And-
bet flop, you bet turn.
And any heart above a 3 as well. I mean, Rishi
Nice
takes it
bet.
down, and actually, he kind of deserved that one. That's a pretty gross run out when you flop a set.
The 10 or the 8 out.
Probably have the 8.
No way you're the 8.
Maybe.
You had to have the 10. Or an 8.
I didn't have any hard.
See the players' stack sizes and winnings. Bottom of your screen between each hand. Bertram so far up the most. Doug with that unfortunate river versus Prestige.
That was about it.
Unfortunately stuck at the moment, but a long way to go.
Well, no, in 11 minutes.
Only one.
I had the 9 of hearts. That's why I had.
9 of hearts?
Yeah.
9 of hearts was a pretty good hand.
Well, he re-raised it to like 175 or some shit.
Can't do anything then.
Yeah. But you called though. You didn't.
I can call. I can call again.
You had a betting hand on the river.
You'd have a betting.
Kevin's going to raise the button with King 10 off. Gets a call from Doug. Ace Jack offsuit. As well as Rishi with the 6-4. Ace high flop. Doug way out in front here. Now gut shot for Kevin, a little bit of hope. Pair for Rishi. Top pair will hold for Doug here. He's going to go for some value. Looks like he's bet just under pot. Nobody else with much, so Doug will take that one down.
I think I would have liked a turn bet by Doug there. Just to protect his hand a little more. But it was a really safe river, but I think it would have been I would have bet on that turn.
Yeah, try to get a little bit more
Extract
money
a little
in the
more
middle.
value and maybe get rid of one of my opponents. Because really, King 10 doesn't want to be there. And if he accidentally gets Broadway, that
Yeah, it's a gross feeling.
I checked the Celtics are 6-point favorites.
Are you check the spread?
I checked the spread. Indiana's a favor in this game.
But Doug knows these players pretty well, and he knows how probably maintaining the pot will keep it easier to maneuver.
Right.
Not inflating the pot.
Yeah, it's always a careful balance of trying to pot control so you can't get blasted off your equity, but
Because I'm sure he's played against Ricci before and already knows that he is playing against a random hand and a strong player.
yeah, he's, from what I've seen on here, very tricky. Doug here will bet the best hand. He's got
Nice. I like it. See where he's
a couple
at.
of sevens.
Get some value.
2 in a row for Doug.
To know the bet? Tell your losses?
You guys down to do straddles? And good? You good with it? Oh, okay, cool. Alright. Sure, you in?
First 25 hands went quick. On to hand 26 here.
Yeah, wow.
Pretty much on schedule. We'll usually have about 100 hands per stream, so we would be right on target for that.
I'm doing it.
Gonna go in the
I know what you guys have. Yeah.
Bertram with another big ace. He's had a few of them. And Doug,
With the bigger ace.
Kyle Fields?
he will raise.
Basically
Graphics
min
getting caught up.
click.
Yeah, kind of a smallish raise.
I mean, I like it. Ace King, best hand.
Yeah,
Getting that value. Really like it if I see everybody else's hand.
Hey, one time.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody with an ace here. Bertram and Prestige with the worst of it, but we're 2 a flop, and Prestige is going to outflop everyone.
But Doug with that ace of clubs,
And-
that is big.
These two already went at it in a big pot. This might be round 2. Does go check, check. Board pairs.
Probably see a bet from Prestige. See where he's at with top pair.
Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, got to start getting some money in the pot here. after checks
And
around.
Bertram has no reason to believe that his jack of clubs isn't live since everybody checked that flop.
And Doug's certainly going nowhere with the nut club draw. And everybody bricks, so Prestige outflops everyone and holds.
I don't mind the river check back by Prestige either.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta. I totally agree. I'm sure this is where you're going with it, but basically you have to ask yourself, what hands can call me that I beat?
Absolutely. You don't want to get that low flush in there.
Yeah.
Trapping.
What's going on here? Doug, why don't you raise that? How did you not?
So another nice one there for Prestige, and he's just under even for this size game.
I like how Doug didn't float that pot as well. He had the ace of clubs, but he let it do its thing.
Yeah, he got to see all 5 cards, with his, wasn't denied his equity of having a starting hand as strong
And
as
if that
king.
club came,
Yeah,
he would have got paid in some facet with the right size bet. Jack of clubs is very likely to pay him on that river if a club comes.
yeah, it's not good to think like this, but it's something you have to steer your mind away from because Doug's been kind of on the wrong end. So Prestige has the flush draw, 1 card to come, gets there versus his better hand. And then when Doug has the flush draw, he just completely bricks out, can't get there. It just, those kind of add up if you're on the wrong end of a couple of hands like that.
I hope I got 3.
You got to ship it if you got 3.
If I got 3,
That's binding. Stream heard it.
you gonna jam? I got 3.
Yeah, you got to.
Oh man. 3. Yeah.
I love Jack 10 suited, especially in position, in late position.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Yeah, I don't want to play it out of position very much, but
Confirm,
yeah, you can play it in position.
Especially multi-way. It has so much playability
Right.
pre-flop or post-flop.
Yeah, I'm much happier going 5-6 ways to a flop if I have to with Jack 10 suited versus like Ace King off.
Yeah, I feel that. More live outs. Bertram probably gonna bet here. Prestige calling. Wow. Love it. He senses something, I believe.
See if he tries to take it away on the river. Does Bertram have another barrel?
Bertram checked and Prestige is
Bets 400, and this is going to be good enough to take it unless the hero call of the night happens here from Bertram.
there wouldn't be a call and he doesn't have enough to raise him in theory, he would think, because he had so little behind. Oh, that's so good. He played.
And he shows it.
Oh, he backdoored the nuts. I didn't even notice.
Oh, we did. Yeah, we missed
Oh my
it.
gosh. Sorry about that. We're slacking here.
Sorry, folks. I was so focused on if Prestige was going to make the move on the river when he got there.
We expected the unexpected. He
we overlooked
manifested
it.
it. He knew what was happening.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I did 25.
So Prestige on a little bit of a heater here. He's been,
Yeah, that magic.
yeah.
Ace king and ace king. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Whatever. Yeah. I was gambling.
I wasn't paying attention. I had queen high.
I'll give you that, man.
You had what?
Queen high.
Kevin raises. Looks like he's going to be called by Doug. At least it appears so with the chip sitting out there.
I'm auto straddle to 50. Up to 50.
In Bertram, we saw also had ace king suited, but he's in the straddle.
Well, just to clarify, y'all are on for 10s and 25.
And 50.
Ooh, and Doug with a small pair here. He's going to try to set mine.
That's 2K. Whatever he does, it's double.
Manny's going to pump this up.
Every day I do too.
It's going to 3-bet to 210, and Bertram's head's got to be spinning. He's got all this action ahead of him, and looks down at
That's a
ace-king
really
suited.
awkward spot.
It really is.
I love it.
Yeah.
650.
And now Kevin,
Another awkward spot, but at least he has position on him.
he's got a cold 4-bet to his immediate right, and he is just shipping it. Didn't even really have to think about it. And if you're Bertram, Kevin's range is uncapped as the initial raiser. Obviously, you're up against the same hand, but can't feel great about calling off.
I think it's likely Manny is going to check out, and it's going to be flush draw versus flush draw.
Rip it.
A red flop will be exciting.
Yeah, Bertram does make the call, and
I'm losing, so I'm not.
we have seen some pretty sick runouts with all black. Chop it up.
Oh, I guess that makes it easier, huh?
And they, ironically, they both make Broadway.
Oh, wow. I thought about it.
Well, that was a very exciting chop. About as exciting as a chop can get, right? all that pre-flop action.
Don't worry about it. It's going to be a chop. There you go.
I do find a big difference in the way that players at the little bit higher stakes play ace king versus at your typical 1-2 table. You're not going to see a whole lot of
No, because there's definitely ways to give
or as much heads up all ins with ace king versus ace king at a 1-2
she
table.
shouldn't know
People
that, is what I'm
typically
saying.
like
Nobody should know
to
we have
call
ace king
4
until they
bets
hit
and see a flop with
Yeah.
hands like that. Although,
He knows back there.
well, it depends on your opponent, but whether that's correct or incorrect.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
like
so
when I
you-
played
it's
tournament
very easy for
poker,
to give signals then to anybody else
king
who's
is
still in the
aces.
hand.
You've said that before, and that makes a ton of sense. You just
But ace king on a cash game, it's
Right.
you wanna go with the post flop, and you wanna
Yeah.
have maneuverability with the best ace.
and of course stack sizes matter. You know,
Sure.
so many other factors, but all else equal. Yeah, I think you said pairs and ace king. You play like aces in
Oh
tournaments.
well, calm down. It all depends, you know.
Well,
Oh, bet stack. The Cowboys.
yeah. Speaking of pairs,
Kicker problems. I hate ace king every 1-2 player. Funny.
oh, that's so true. Speaking of, you can glean a lot from what your opponents say. If you hear somebody saying they hate ace king, typically that's going to be on the weaker end.
You want your
players.
opponent to say that.
100%.
Like I only shove aces or I only shove jacks because I don't want to play him post flop is exactly the player you want to play against.
Totally agree. Player that hates ace king, their aces always get cracked, they're unlucky, they've been running bad. That person has no shot. Don't be that player.
All right, we're probably going to see a raise here by Bertram. Nope. I get it. The flat is fine as well.
Yeah. Oh, and
Bertram feels real good about his hand at this moment.
a bet stack actually.
Bet stack.
Yeah.
Just kidding, not
The,
Bertram.
the two B's. And it looks like
He
bet
was
stack.
going to go for the check raise, but didn't get the raise.
Yeah.
The bet by Bertram.
And actually, that was very quick, but it's worth pointing out. Love it. That's kind of an advanced move. A lot of people just cannot help but bet their massive boat there on the river. But if you feel like your opponent is so weak that the only way to extract any more value, they can't call $1 if you bet it, give them a chance to bluff. It's your only option to get more money in the pot.
Yeah, he was taking the line that it's more than likely he doesn't have the jack. And had a hand he needed
If
to
you know the
bluff.
hand, they should
which I
just
like.
definitely not be saying anything about the hand to the dealer. That's my personal opinion. Yeah.
And there are fewer, more satisfying feelings than checking the river with a very strong hand or the nuts and your opponent jams all in on a bluff and you get to snap them off.
Yeah, that's
That's
a
up
cool
there
feeling.
for me.
Yeah.
That's up there.
No one is mad at that.
Straightforward. I play here enough. I mean, I know how it
Manny's
goes.
going to play his
I think
suited
that's
ace.
style.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
So standard is to bring in all bets on the floor. Live stream is different. They don't. I didn't know that. So that's what she's saying that. She said, well, anyways, but she's gonna talk to you afterwards. Or never mind. No, she's not. Never mind. 115.
So 2 a flop here, and Manny's going to flop the nut flush draw. Gutter for prestige. Looking for a 7, although it would be the very worst end of the straight.
I'm really curious how you're finding a gutter here.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, actually, there was the that had to update.
They lied
There
to
was
you
a
on the
set-
screen.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about imaginative poker.
Right.
I mean, it can be a gutter. Yeah, no, we like to see the 7.
Yeah, Manny
Give him the gutter.
just bets and takes it down.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
3 times
Yeah. I really, like, next time, for sure, in order.
Looks like our stacks may have been,
straddle.
might need updated here. I don't think the winnings smoothed out that much.
When it goes into an FA, like that.
Barber on you.
Possibly. Barber, been a little quiet. He's got a playable hand here. Couple of jacks.
Yeah, I think we missed it. We missed the half.
Y'all are welcome. Keep getting all my money, man.
Donation to Manny. Get it in here. Get it in there.
Manny's going to raise him with the 7-3 suited.
I want 3s out there.
Gets a call from Prestige as well. And 2 a flop. And Prestige is going to outflop everybody. And this is a nightmarish flop for Barber. Manny completely bricking, and Prestige is going to bet his middle pair, and it's presumably just take this one down. Or excuse me, Prestige called Manny's bet, so Manny actually led that. Pair king still good for Prestige. Manny finally out of there.
I did have the 3.
Another pot going Prestige's way.
I had 7-3 of clubs.
I had a king.
But yeah, but then straight draws out there, flushes out there. Oh, okay. I don't need it. I got 7-3. Thanks for clubs.
After that pretty hot start, he's inching closer to even, but still winning 390.
Yeah, right.
You got to get $1,200 back.
20?
Yeah, I'm not feeling it.
Kevin, Mike, and Doug, the only players stuck at the moment.
I'll do it on the side.
I bluffed it off into kings. I bluffed it off into kings, brother. And then I got a river on the straight. I bluffed it off with queen high.
In a boat.
Bluffing, brother. All I do is bluff.
Bunch of raggedy holdings until Manny wakes up with the 9-10 suited from the cutoff. And Kevin, unfortunately, away from the table, is going to fold ace-queen here. Just sits back down, does not know that he missed playing the ace-queen in position versus Manny.
Wasn't meant to be.
I got to see some skin. So I'm buttoning that shirt a little bit. I got that little. You got to do something. That's the only 3.
Yeah, Kevin definitely played. It's sweat the fact that he missed ace-queen.
No 3s came out. All red.
The man plays plenty of poker. He's not going to worry about one hand.
3 green chips.
So bet stacking the low jack is going to raise up king queen off and get a call from Doug with a couple of nines. Manny with the queen jack.
I like the flat by Doug in early position. You can just set mine for nines or play it post flop instead of inflating a pot.
Totally agree.
3 green chips.
I like that approach as well. Manny's going to flop top pair.
Pocket threes 4 times, I think.
3 or 4.
Take the lead, but Doug is going to bet out,
Tonight? Yeah.
or excuse me, call Manny with the check call
You
route.
won 3 of those 4 times?
That's right.
Ace on the turn brings in spade flush. Manny also with the queen of spades, so he has locked this hand up. Makes 2 pair for good measure on the river.
Yeah, it makes this really easy for Doug to get away with. I think it's probably a check fold for Doug.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it out of there fast enough.
What'd you have? You want a flush draw?
Kind of like the almost spitefully quick fold,
Oh,
like
yeah.
you weren't even close to getting
Yeah,
another
just
dollar
breathe
out
on
of
it.
me.
Get out of it. I'm out of here.
Getting 2 pairs on the river like that shit. I don't like it.
We're doing a makeup bomb pot.
Why would we do a makeup bomb pot? Are we on?
We're like 18 minutes behind.
Can we change it where it doesn't have to be always on? We do pineapple?
Play with you, Kevin. Let's go. I got my favorite hand. Checking the dark.
All right, 4 to the flop. Rishi flops the best of them with jacks up.
Checking the dark.
But the board changes, and now we have Prestige with the straight. Oh no, and Kevin with the straight as well. Very, very wet board. But I don't see Prestige going anywhere.
Checking the dark. Not really in the dark, is it?
No.
Kevin making a nearly pot-sized bet. Probably going to get a snap call from Prestige. It is a very wet board. There are boats out there, flushes, but king, queen, straight. It's just always a call in the way this board was.
Oh my gosh. How about that?
Rough one for Kevin.
And then crushed him.
Straight versus straight. Yeah, there's another Kevin. He's master. There's another guy, the older guy. Kevin. C.
You got an offspring, you gotta play a little different, you know?
The guy that was sitting.
Just a little bit different.
You feel like it's influencer style?
He like texted me
I
this
think I'm just
morning.
more, I'm not
Some
as
number I didn't know
generous as I
about me
was.
that you couldn't play on the stream today.
Why you text you?
Alright, feedback.
Are you running this now?
No, I don't know why he texted me. There was some number I didn't recognize. I think he just like clicked or something and like put the wrong people in.
Otherwise, I'd have a 90%
Oh.
instead of 7.
That's the guy that's usually plays in San Antonio. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, very nice. He's a good player a lot.
All right, 2 to the flop.
Play.
Turn gives Rishi the flush draw.
Did you don't slow down?
Yeah. She just came back.
You're actually like living like New Jersey.
I just got my wisdom teeth out last week.
All right, and 5s will take it.
Yeah, she came back. She was here for like my game and shit too, so we hung out. Friday night.
Yeah, I definitely think it's great.
Yeah, I'll get you. I'll make sure I got you right there.
Pretty unusual in this game to be
We just went towards
almost an hour and a half in. Nobody up 1K at the moment, but 6 players winning.
I applied, so I haven't signed a lease yet.
Doug, really, to no fault of his own, is down the most.
How do you apply?
Yeah, a lot of
Had-
unfortunate spots for him.
I think he was around 75, 80% equity when he lost that one big pot early
I
on.
like.
So you know what Guero's is? Or like home slice pizza?
I know. Yeah. Like,
So you're more south?
more south. I think.
Then you play
Pretty sure, yeah.
PLO and you come back into Hold'em.
Nice new apartment. Well, yeah, it's kind of.
Ooh, Mike with the kings.
Mike-
Gonna raise it up.
Rainy Street though. Is
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Mike, he's going to have a tighter image probably. He comes out for 400, almost, well,
right now. I do.
almost 40% of his stack.
The 19th. Good view.
Oh, it is a, yeah,
It's a
he is a
4-bet.
4-bet. Okay, getting caught up here. Rishi raised a mystery 7X.
My guess, likely to be pocket 7s.
33.
I would agree.
But I've also seen Rishi 3-bet with king 7 and queen 7 suited a lot as well.
Either
Yep.
like gated. Yeah, I know.
Either way, a pretty easy
Queen
fold.
Like you just pay your rent.
Yeah, suited queen 7. Got caught 3-betting light there, but no real damage.
I do, yeah.
Nah, he was informed very fast that this is not his hand.
Yeah, the 400 from probably the lowest VPIP at the table at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good
It's
time
going
to
to make
release
alarm
it.
bell. Yeah, exit stage left. Why is it stage left, not right? Is that, do they always exit left? Is that,
You know, I was a theater major, but
so you should know this.
but I should know this, yeah. But I've used all my theater skills just for the poker table. I know nothing else.
Actually, the other day I pretended to be very cultured and went to the Austin Symphony, and they did exit stage left. So, if you know in the chat,
What's like the over under on 60%?
I think we might be getting a Google from Sam here.
I mean,
Little assist from.
maybe.
I'll leave $10. $5 on it. 60? Yeah, over.
Historically, it's definitely over 60, but I think today.
$10?
You know, if you just said you were a theater major and just made up a reason, we all would have
Oh.
believed you.
I should have bluffed y'all.
Ace 10 here for Manny. Checks around and he's going to bink the ace and
Probably get some action here.
go way ahead.
I've been counting.
Rishi also,
I bet it is, dude.
but is out kicked.
I've been folding a lot of flops. So.
Manny betting pretty small, looks like 90,
I think you're mistaking my folds for.
about a quarter of the pot, and
Alright, let's do $5 on 7.
Bertram out of there. We'll see what Rishi does. Probably, if he can
Probably
figure
gonna
out a
pay
way
it
to
off,
not pay
yeah.
this off, he does pay it off.
What was
Yeah.
I doing in that?
What's their verdict?
Getting too good of a, oh, he raises and gets snapped by Manny. Wow, action
Spicy.
happened quick there.
The numerous pre-flop, or the numerous folds that have failed pre-flop action.
Alright, so what was that?
There's multiple hats. Just tell
I
us
think
the-
player image is playing a big part in that hand.
I failed
I told you I would
myself.
go over on 55.
I said 65 is the opposite.
Fucking go.
There are so many player images on this table.
There's a lot of images. Yeah, we have a good cast of characters
The
here.
personalities are here. The play styles are so diverse.
It really is, yeah.
Who's the leader?
It's a nice balance, actually.
Oh, Manny for sure in the lead. For sure, yeah.
Man, I'm gonna take my throne back.
I would take him, Manny.
What do you look for when you sit down at a table? I guess I'll kind of answer my own question first. I typically like for there to be at least a couple of more actiony type players to kind of drive the action, build pots. What are you looking for?
No, I mean, obviously you want to have the people that are giving it away.
Right.
But also
Number one.
it is nice to have, it's just easy. It's nice to find a profile for everybody.
Right.
Like I don't mind the old man
The
that
OMC,
plays
the old
see,
man
the
coffee.
OMC. I don't mind them. They let me know pretty up front how they play and where they play, and
Right.
and there's ways to exploit their style as well.
100%.
It's just it's all the bobbing and weaving. Ironically, Manny does not have pocket threes in this hand.
Yeah, Manny up against his new favorite hand, presumably, at least for the time being. But
I wonder if subconsciously Prestige wants to beat Manny with his own hand. Because calling this turn bet
Dang it. I had 3.
normally means you're going to play something on the
Yeah.
river. You're going to do something.
I thought he might be cooking up a move there, but just checks and takes showdown value.
He checked Dark River, which was very bizarre. But I think it was more for the theatrics of going to showdown with pocket threes against
Right.
Manny.
And that'll bring Manny back into the profit lead around his high of 1.5K.
Manny and Prestige with the highest profit right now, and they have definitely probably in the highest BPIP as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, as the poker gods have awarded them, the more hands you play, the more money you make. Easy game.
Yeah, do it for the views on YouTube, and you will be rewarded.
Exactly.
Mike, you're going to go set mining with his pair of sixes. And Kevin, a bit card dead tonight, except for when he was away from the table and got dealt ace queen, but ace high flop here. Prestige, the better middle pair.
Finding out where he's at. Mike might float this bet.
Yeah, especially against Prestige.
Got a lot of straight blockers. Got some straight blockers and a wild opponent.
And Kevin not inclined to go anywhere with middle pair just yet either.
Ace turn. Makes it less likely for someone to have ace in their holdings.
Yeah, if there's no such thing as behind her. If you were behind, you're still behind.
Everybody feels a lot better about their hand when the ace comes on their turn. There's a good chance that Kevin, if Mike folds, will make the call. Nah, Kevin's going to get out of there now. You can't beat two of them.
Yeah, once there's a bet, once it gets called by Mike, I think your pair of sevens shrink considerably.
And the 8 kicker, it's just not beating anybody.
Although the flat call from Mike does cap him, he can't really have aces full. Obviously, that would be a raise, so. Nice pot for Prestige there with just second pair.
I honestly think he was surprised to win that hand.
Yeah.
And I get that. Nice hand.
Yeah, up almost 1,000 now.
Mike, you tried to do something funny there, huh?
And we do have some big news here at TCH Social Austin.
Big news.
Trailblazer Tour returning to Austin the 31st through April 14th. Almost $1 million in guarantees, 950K. Main event, 500K. So probably be closing in on a six-figure first place score. I will definitely be taking part in that event.
Yeah, I'll try it.
I knew I would see a Sam in that
Well, they have a Big O
particular
tournament
tournament.
as well, which I'm very, very excited for.
If that was in Dallas, I believe you'd be driving there, right?
I mean, I go where the big O goes.
I don't know why I'm more worried about your passive than you are.
No, I ain't worried, bro.
I don't know. It's
Jack's
just, I'm
here
not
for
used
bet
to
stack.
now, you know?
I ain't worried, bro. That's my only ID I have at the moment. That should stay on me.
It's the next thing you
Wow. What a flop.
Action flop here. Kevin flops the Stone Cold Nuts,
The
and
joint.
bet stack has an open ender.
Hopefully, eligible for another one.
Kevin also now with a heart draw. Bet stack with the wise check back there, and this is almost a royal flush. That switched the 7 and the
A
queen.
little bit, but I don't know.
Probably
the
going to get
hearts.
some thin value here.
I don't want to get hyper.
Yeah, only one hand beats Kevin.
I think that's an annoying river for bet stack, but I think he can find the fold. But also, Kevin set a good price. Nice fold.
Very nice fold. Kevin probably disappointed not to get a little more value flopping the nuts there, but finally
Yeah, I
able
think
to drag
his
a pot.
chance. I think his chance for getting the most value in that hand is probably the turn in the land of more opportunity there.
Yeah, man.
But well played by Kevin. You know, for the main event for this upcoming Trailblazer Tour, they are doing satellites on Hijack.
Appreciate it.
$40 satellites get you an $800 main event seat. It's like pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Hijack. And speaking of Hijack, use TCH Live 20
Now you're out of control.
to get the $20 bonus with this referral code. You need to pause and use the QR code. Welcome to do that. I have my whole bankroll on there from the $20 promo. I've actually never made a deposit.
Nice. I made my first. Well, I deposited to play the satellite, and then I won it. Well, kind of won it. I got a second. They played two places. First place got 800 for the seat, and second place got 750.
Oh, nice.
And so now I have 750 in my account.
Oh, great.
And
Yeah.
I think I'm going to play it again
Why not? Yeah.
because I want a seat and I want to keep playing. I'm so excited about it. It's such a great opportunity to be able to satellite into a main event tournament live poker from online for $40.
Totally agree. Yeah, I definitely will be hopping in those satellites. And Doug with the rare set here.
Yeah, that's cute.
Desserts you recommend over others?
Chance to get unstuck here.
Bertram has a wrap on the bottom. Got some straight draws, but not a lot combating the set. Well, Doug has another set.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This is a very unusual run out for Doug here. Looks like he's going to bet pot.
Sorry, I was talking about sign language, right?
I think the bet was 275.
Oh, goes a little smaller. And I like that. A lot of times you'll see players have a huge hand and go so big they force their opponents out and can't get more value.
Yeah, with such a strong hand like Doug's, you want to keep as many people in, especially if you feel like you have one of the boards locked.
Prestige drawing really thin here. Needs his spades to get there on the bottom board. does not come. So Doug has a scoop here, over 1K in the middle. How big does he go on the river?
Or did interesting bet. He goes full pot bet.
Let's do it. You sold me on it.
Does the old, I'm going to put it in front of you, like this money's
Yeah,
going
this
your
felt like
way.
the Wild West out here. There was emotion behind that chip.
How much money you got from me? Are you chip leader?
Fortunately for him, I don't think Prestige.
No, I think the way to extract money from Prestige in this hand.
I think I'm down like a
Uh-oh, we're reaching. He pays it off.
Wow.
And just like that, Doug unstuck. 3K
Yeah, I'm good.
headed his way.
Yeah, I believe that Prestige decided that bottom board there wasn't enough that could beat him. And unfortunately, he was shown the exact hand he did not want to see.
Yeah, those are what dreams are made of, that type of flop and turn for Doug.
I really didn't think that Doug was going to get that call there.
I did not either.
I thought that the better move for playing against a player like Prestige was to let him bet. But boy, was I wrong. There was something there in that river bet that just enticed the call.
Would have been, might have been inclined just to take showdown and hope to chop
That
there.
is
But
true, too.
if you check to Prestige, I wonder what percent of the time he just pots it there to try to buy the pot. But
I think it's pretty balanced. I think there's oftentimes he's going to make a bet and take the showdown value.
so Rishi waking up with ace king here, and he's going to be 3-bet by bet stack. And knowing Rishi, I'm going to guess a 4-bet incoming.
I feel like you're right.
Probably not stepping too far out there to make that prediction, but here it comes, 425.
I like the larger bet size because he is out of position against bet stack.
That's one thing I notice. I play everything from 1-3 to 2-5 typically, and a lot of times straddles are on there, and presumably bet stack gets out of the way. But I noticed that the 3 and 4 bet sizing as you go up in stakes typically much better. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of 1-2 players struggle with that, and if you're a 1-2 player, that's one part of the game to definitely look at. Even if you won the pot, it's good to be critical of, did I get the most value? New hand dealt says, what up, chat? Hey, new hand dealt.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we were chopping.
Yeah. So what's on the board?
Yeah, that jack. Let's check.
On the flop?
Yeah. He might have turned it.
I think a jack came on the flop.
I think so,
King jack.
Prestige with a loose image, waking up with the ladies here.
Or today's live out there. The queen came on the front.
He's flatting Kevin's raise, which
Yeah,
I
he's-
think is
I have a
fun.
picture of it I can share.
There you go.
It's
Good draw.
I think it's more difficult to play queens multi-way in early position, but it is pretty spicy and a different take on it.
Yeah, playing it deceptively like this can definitely, it can get you paid off or blow up in your face as he flops middle set here. Rishi with a mystery card. Possibly king 6 suited
We're gonna have a big pot tonight.
would make some sense. Ace 6 suited.
I don't know.
Oh, 6-5.
Prestige bets quarter pot.
$5,000 pot.
Kevin calling with backdoor flush draw potential.
Flop the nut flush. You flop 2 pair, king jack.
8,000.
Pretty bricky turn. Does bring in spades.
Right here.
Yeah.
And you, me, and
think
I was in the middle.
this bet's going to win the pot.
And you were there. I was where Kevin was, and I think Jay
Goes
was in the
pretty small,
And,
225,
yeah,
half
the-
pot, and that will work as you predicted.
Yeah, the other day when I gave you some cash, that night. Yeah. I stopped playing that night.
Was it that night?
When you lost 8K?
Yeah, that was the night I lost it.
Yeah.
That was one of the 2 nights.
Yeah, that was like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
No, I was wound up playing.
Gives Prestige a bit of a rebate after that
Yeah, I gave you the
big bump pot
Yeah.
scoop by Doug.
How many hands have I had with you?
Yeah, you ran.
I don't think I won a hand against you. I think you're like 3-0 against me.
And then yeah, I just make a call. Done.
You missed it.
Amazing how quickly the tables could turn. We had 6 winners a moment ago. Now we're down to essentially 2. Bertram up only $5, so relatively even.
Yeah, the chips have been moving.
Yeah,
That's
the
for
chips
sure.
chips are definitely moving.
Prestige with pocket 4s on hand 44. Feels cosmic.
Unfortunately, Manny is blocking his. Oh wow, it does, and my lucky number is 444.
While Kyle commentates hand 44.
Yeah, I got all the 4s working here. See if we can get the unlikely 1-outer set. Rishi 3-betting a mystery hand though.
It looks like Prestige is going nowhere.
I didn't see where you lost most.
Yeah, I was bluffing into Donovan, and then he actually rivered.
So Rishi has been 3-betting light. He had the last time he 3-bet, he had the ace king.
He tells me I'm doomer, so I have this straight there. 4 out.
He is under the gun though, so his holdings are probably pretty.
Range is going to be a little tighter.
He tells me I'm good, and then I tell him I'm straight though, and then he tells me.
I love how you finish my sentences.
Nope, I got it.
You're supposed to finish their sentences. I don't know. Got a great partner in the booth.
Let's see what. So Rishi going big now.
Full pot bet.
This will get it done.
Luca is about to go off. I can feel it.
Caitlin Clark is probably in the crowd to motivate.
Tyrese? You mean Tyrese?
No, Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, to motivate Tyrese, right?
Yeah.
So mystery hand wins, and you know I don't mind that sometimes the RFID does not pick up the cards. It's a little fun to play along. And quite honestly, this goes back to what we were saying: is when you're down there in the in the middle of the fire, and you obviously do not know what everybody's holding. To your point, he was in early position, so Rishi probably connecting with that flop, but
Also, it's Rishi.
tough to know.
So.
It's Rishi, yeah. So.
Russo was very good.
Still pretty good.
Still pretty good, but Austin Reed's probably the best white player.
I'm better than Luca.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All right, it looks like Bertram raises it to 30.
That's non-European white player.
Then we get a call by Doug.
Look at dirt. Yeah.
And then we get a 3-bet with Queen 8 by Prestige.
Yeah. No one named anybody deep that. I get the good
And 3 to the flop. Exciting. This is a fun game. 2 to the flop. Psych.
Russo, Anthony Davis.
Nobody connecting. King high still good here, but Prestige fires out 125, and Bertram just out of there.
He's more of a rebounder though.
Aggressiveness paying off with Prestige there. If you're Bertram, you got to play the rest of the hand out of position with Prestige on the button, and you know he's not afraid to barrel.
Whenever he plays the Magic, he goes to the card room. Plays
You're
Westbrook.
king high and 2 overs. It's going to be tough to play the rest of the way unless you somehow turn a king or a jack.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he's a real down, humble guy.
He took it from me. Yeah.
But he's like a lot of passion.
Oh, you did
Oh yeah. Harden, he's a lefty.
Harden's a ball hog.
He's a lefty. He's a shooter. Yeah, he's a good shooter, right? He's a good
It's a bonus.
Shows Doug folding the pocket fours there.
Yeah, not interested, he says.
Got a little white guard on.
Probably somewhat glad he did now. Bertram makes it 300. King Jack once more. Nobody else with much here.
It's so big, man.
I want you to fold. What's your name?
I got one of these guys. Let me see it.
Oh.
And Manny shows his 3.
No, one of you guys. One of you guys. Oh, damn.
Got you beat.
You got both of them on ours.
Okay. Can you chop that?
Little gamesmanship, but Bertram will take it down.
You got like 150 I would get in there, but 300? Come on.
That's what I thought. I thought 200 they're going to call. I need to go bigger.
Well, I mean, I thought Prestige was getting in there too.
New hand dealt says scared money don't make money.
300.
I went folding price.
He's not wrong.
Not wrong. Yeah, you do have to be willing to put some chips at risk if you want to spin it up.
Calling price, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm going to go folding. That was a folding price.
Like 2 hands to hold them, and then you win the push. Yeah, like
Somebody got like offset over middle set. Lost. I think you played it again too. Text me.
It's like Manny's going to raise up 9-3 suited.
Well, 9s and 3s are wild, so that makes sense.
Basically the nuts.
He'll be back though. He'll go through phases.
Bertram will make the call with ace-10 suited.
Man, everyone likes their hand.
That's friendly. That's friendly.
Mine is alright.
Alright, I'll check.
I'll check.
I would check also.
3 checks. See you into the turn.
Checks around and Prestige improves here.
Everybody improves. We got a straight draw, a flush draw.
And a gutter for Prestige.
Super flag.
Pretty good combo draw.
Super flag better than this guy in the Lakers.
Wow.
And Prestige
Gives
will
Manny
get
the
there.
straight.
And Manny makes a, yeah. Wheel for Manny's going to be no good.
That's crazy, dude.
Bertram is river top pair against Manny and Prestige. He
It looks like he wants to pay it off.
does pay it off.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, that beats me.
Top
What am I
pair,
doing
last
there?
place.
What am I doing in there?
I don't need it
Oh,
yet. I have chips, so I didn't realize that.
It is very fun to play with a loose image. Your big hands do get paid off, and that'll bring Prestige just into the green.
I had nothing. I'm just in there, brother.
Bit of a yo-yo night for him.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm betting on 1,000.
Exactly.
Actually, if he gets away from that one bomb pot a bit sooner, he would be a considerable leader.
Okay.
that's the only roller coaster I would say.
Tough to know that Doug has 3 sets.
Yeah, right.
1,000.
All right. Kevin straddles. Doug opens to 60.
Couch is in play, guys.
Bet stack. Calling in early position with pocket 9s.
Yeah, 9s seem to be kind of right on that 3-betting threshold of pairs for most players.
On a table like this, when you're
Yeah.
generally getting called, sometimes
And top set will work. Unfortunately, there are some straight draws there. Bertram flops open-ended.
Bertram gets there.
Yeah, Bertram turns in. Might have some fireworks here. Bet stack hating that turn. Flush draw gets there. All the straight draws.
Rishi betting his flush draw.
And gutter.
Never.
Combo draw for Rishi. And bet stack can really just call here and pray the board pairs.
We get scrappy defending. Yeah, I don't like him, but he's a good player. I think he went to Milwaukee like last year or 2 years ago, right?
Putting the pressure on, believing that he has the best hand with the straight, which in the moment he does. Does he get a caller?
I'm pretty sure he went to Milwaukee.
A pretty gutsy raise from Bertram with the 3 clubs on board.
He gets in their head.
This is going to put Rishi
Him and,
a bit of a
Jimmy
gross
Brooks,
spot.
the other guy, like,
Second nut club.
kinda like,
Yeah, I think he
And a
has
gut
both
shot.
options. I think he can call his bet or lay it down.
Dylan Brooks, yeah, I don't like him at all.
Chooses the latter.
I think I like that choice.
And bet stack probably, given the pot odds and the implied odds,
I think so.
might choose to stick around and see if he can get a huge board pair.
Yeah, because if he pairs the board, he's not afraid of anything, straight or flush.
Yeah, he's probably
the
looking at a
math
full.
is-
He's probably thinking if this board can pair, I'm looking at a full double
That's what he does. He just says stuff.
relatively often. He's got 8 outs to the full house.
Only thing is if the board pairs, does he get paid?
Sounds like you can be a basketball player, I guess.
Yeah, that's
ABCD.
definitely a question that we, unfortunately for bet stack, will not have to answer. So Bertram's straight holds.
I think Bertram is going to go for a smaller size bet. I don't think he fears any hand right now. Not if he raised turn.
Yeah, he went for some thin value, and he's been checked to on the river here, so probably not that worried about flushes.
So what do you think? Like a third pot?
Exactly. Somewhere around 1/3. Goes bigger, though. Goes 60% pot.
Oh, I see that purple chip.
And this is just a nasty spot for bet stack. You don't want to get bluffed off. It looks like the side call here.
Oh.
I definitely empathize with bet stack. I had a nice session yesterday here at TCH, but did make one call on the river with a set when somebody rivered a straight, and my mannerisms were very similar.
I guess Bertram has been active enough to where it is
Yeah.
easy to put him not on a made hand, but rough one for bet stack right
Yeah,
there.
might be bluffing with just the ace of clubs. It's a consideration. And actually was a consideration when I made the call. There was a busted flush draw.
He's probably a little bit out of basketball.
Obviously the straight draw had gotten there, but that busted flush draw was enough of a reason to. And also the way the players were playing. Somebody could have shown up with 2 pair thinking it was good there, but
Yeah. Wilder hands have won for less.
as it stands, nice pot there for Bertram. His stack climbing to about 4K.
Or did he get raised down there? He's like 80 or 90, I think.
Nice shot. Let's go. Let's make it interesting.
All right, we got $20 straddle by Doug.
I keep wanting to learn like 9 times out of 10 if run through probably missing scam.
Like a raise to 50 by Prestige, and then a raise to
Durant went 2 years without being.
150 by Rishi.
Wasn't he hurt or something?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. In Brooklyn, he was like
in this entire
barely
year.
playing.
That's when he had like Kyrie and shit.
Yeah, it was Kyrie on the
He
net.
makes the call, and we are seeing 2 to the flop.
That fell apart so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, to your point about the straddle, this game posted as 5-5, but really plays a lot more like a
5, 10,
10-20 or, yeah, in Vegas or elsewhere. To combine the straddles with being in Texas.
All right, a monotone flop, but Prestige has top pair. I have no idea. We have no idea what Rishi has, but it already looks like a flop that Rishi can make some moves on.
Yeah, and the 4 flush gets there. Prestige
He gives in a shitty fucking pace.
somewhat turning his hand into a bluff here.
I bet against me.
Yeah, he's just betting the don't pass line. Does he
Yeah,
have a
pretty
heart
much.
or not?
Yeah,
I don't want it. I don't want the paces.
and I think you kind of have to shut down once you get called.
Unless.
Yeah, they're like 60% favored. Yeah.
It'll be an interesting river.
At least on DraftKings.
Let's see what Prestige does. He's going to bet it again.
2 to minus 113.
This guy has all the heart without having a heart in his hand.
And doesn't get, he fades the snap. So Rishi does not have the king of hearts. He knows that now.
Pacers at the start of the game is like 60%.
I won't ever take this.
In a lot of players' mind, if you fade this snap here, you can kind of rest that it was at least a decent shot at it.
I mean, look, anything can happen still.
Yeah, they close out like on an 8-0 run here. It'd be nice.
I mean, it's too early for anything to matter.
I feel like if Rishi has a heart in his hand, he makes the call.
I think so too. I think
Even if it's a
any reasonable
10
heart.
of hearts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
10 plus is pretty much a snap.
Prestige chose the ace of diamonds. Alrighty.
Yeah,
nice
nice.
hand.
There you go. And
Pretty much pure aggression pays off there from Prestige.
You didn't have a heart?
One heart right here.
Rishi claims he had one heart, and it was right here in the chest.
And Prestige saying, I had one too, and it was right in my chest also when I made that $500 river bet.
We are pokering people.
Yeah, that was a poker hand for sure.
Max value too.
I think it was likely that Rishi had the ace.
Yeah, probably ace, better kicker would be my
Because he
guess.
3-bet pre in pretty early to mid position.
Yeah. Another suited ace, or a suited ace now for Prestige and Rishi.
both of them. Reeves and Lucas.
Gonna 3-bet.
Reeves has his headband on? Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful, dude.
He's got like,
Reeves with his headband, dude, you gotta be careful.
Lucas got like 35 points combined.
And Bertram with a set of 10s.
Cute flop.
And flush draw for Rishi.
With a pair.
And Rishi gets there immediately.
And Prestige is still here with now top pair. This is getting
Wow.
wild.
What jersey would you wear?
What would I wear? I like Westbrook, man.
Bertram has some decisions to make. Does he flat or does he raise
Zero.
out of position against these two guys?
I think I go with Sean.
Yeah, Bertram in a very similar position that Stack was in.
Any player?
I like the
Couple
I like
hands
the
ago.
call.
I like Iverson. One of my favorite players. Manute Bol. He plays with the Pacers.
Seems unfair when sets don't win.
Yeah, the knee jerk, I'm sure, certainly for me, but for a lot of players as well, I would guess, is flop a set, this is my hand.
Yeah, it's like you've earned it. You get it, you earn it.
I'm also strong in that deck.
Only going to flop one about 12% of the time you have a pocket pair.
Yeah.
Unless you're Manny.
Unless you're Manny, then you flop it every time. Rishi trying to decide what to do with his jack high flush.
Vince
Prestige.
Carter's a good,
It's going to lead on the river. And
Vince
Oh,
Carter's
the
a good
one
jersey.
chip lead. I've only seen it mean strength tonight.
it goes 650.
Brady, Vince Carter.
I think it's letting the price for Bertram to get out of this hand. It's setting the
I'm
price
not
to get out.
Lynn Sanity. No, I think Yao had a better career than Lynn Sanity.
It's pretty funny how similar the reactions are between Bertram and Betstack.
Oh,
Both
sure.
knowing their sets are likely no good, but just so tough to fold.
And against these two players in particular, it's like, am I good? Am I not? I feel good. I have a set.
I just can't believe it.
Yeah, Rishi already in tonight's stream has raised the river as a bluff.
I don't think he earned it.
You don't think he's good enough?
Nope.
His career is too short. He's played like 8
Played
years.
8 years.
He was like very notable.
Oh, he wants to call. He's folding. He's calling. Oh my gosh, what a nail biter.
I don't think he won a ring.
Loses to spades, loses to King Jack. as well.
Is Tracy McGrady in the Hall of Fame?
I think he's ruled out that Prestige has the flush. I think he's just trying to decide
put
if
him in the Hall of Fame before you.
Rishi's hand is better than his.
I think they both deserve to be in the hall.
All I did is accumulate points. Never won.
Yeah, he never had the first round.
Yeah,
McGrady
I
was
doubt
like
Bertram,
the McGrady curse.
even is to your point, even remotely as concerned about
He was like,
Prestige as he is Rishi.
Wow,
And
I think we're
he's-
getting the call. He has it in his hand. Oh,
And now, and now action's on Prestige, and he's getting
wow,
a great
this,
price. He only has to be right about 1 out of 5 times, but
but also he is getting out of this hand.
great. Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
it-
easy fold
Pretty
actually,
easy fold.
but and Rishi's going to win a big one here. 2K
Plays
headed his
that
way.
masterfully. Big fan of Rishi.
Yeah, what's up with these sets not holding? I was doing the same. My set got beat squirm yesterday. It's just such a terrible feeling.
Sometimes when I know I'm going to make my fold with my set, I will just hold my cards a little longer before I make the fold. I'm going to hee and haw a little in my head.
Give it the proper card funeral
Right.
it deserves.
Carding is such sweet sorrow.
If you have to make a big laydown like that, I don't mind a card funeral. When people do the long card funeral for top pair, I'm like, you just let it go and let's move on. You know? You got to fold a set on the river though.
Card funeral is my new favorite poker term. It really is. And it makes so much sense.
It's funny. You can always tell too when they're pretending to still be contemplating a call, but you can tell they're just starting their card funeral. They're definitely folding, but they just have to sit in the moment a little bit longer.
That is very true. Matumbo's in there, right? Matumbo.
He's all time trouble.
Sean Bradley? Sean Bradley sort of like that. Yeah, no. Matumbo
Top pair here for Prestige.
died like 6 months ago. Yeah, he did. A year ago?
2 titans of action here. Prestige checking top pair over to Manny, and Manny's going to bet just ace high.
Joel Embiid.
Matumbo's number 1. It's not close.
Joel Embiid is from like
Prestige checks to Manny, and Manny wisely checking back, and Prestige makes 2 pair on the river here, and
plays like when the Olympics come around. He plays
will bet.
Somewhere in the Caribbean. Yeah.
Manny contemplating the hero call with just ace high and thinks better of it.
I should be fine. I did the 9 for 99.
Tim Duncan's American, bro.
No, he's from Jamaica. He's from,
You're totally wrong about this.
He's from
You're
the,
really lucky you don't
Caribbean
have money on
Islands.
this.
Yeah, he's from the islands. Duncan, that's why he's the best worker.
What are we talking about?
Duncan, he's from
Tim
the islands.
Duncan and Joel Embiid.
Quick reminder, everybody, Trailblazer Tour coming to Austin.
Virgin Islands.
Just a few days, coming quickly. March 31st. We'll run through April 14th. A series of events here. You can look up on Poker Atlas or TexasCardHouse.com. $950,000 in guarantees. Got a $500K main event. And as mentioned previously, you can satellite into that event on the Hijack Poker app. Use the TCHL20 promo code to get a bonus and also a $40 satellites running to that Trailblazer main event.
Yeah, that's what I said. I knew you. Yeah.
He has dual citizenship.
My mom was born in Cameroon. And then she lived in Nigeria.
Back to the action here. So Rishi's going to 3-bet some queens, and Manny looks like he'll make the call with a pair of 5s. See if he can flop his 3rd set of the night.
Alright, we're
Manny's out of sets
I'm really bad at African.
for the time being.
You know,
See what Rishi wants to do.
I guess, you know.
Goes pretty small, about 25% of the pot.
People are trying to counter new country.
Seven on the turn is going to bring a four-liner to the straight. Check, check, and Rishi is going to river top set here. And quickly checks over to Manny. See if Manny wants to turn his fives into a bluff. Oh, excuse me, Rishi has thrown out $475 bet, and Manny contemplating the hero call here, which it certainly would be on this run out. Ooh, and Manny pays it off.
He was not a believer.
Yeah, Rishi with dragging a couple of 2K pots in a short span here.
Sit out, man. So I can have the button. I'm gonna be the odd one out. I'm not gonna have the button. Keep it at the top of his range. A lot. Seems like he's going to get into it.
I put mine in.
Well, if you did it with red.
No, I definitely put a.
I've watched the stream.
Alrighty, and now we have hand 53, which will be a bomb pot. While they're getting those dealt, let's see what we got here. Let me show you our hoodies. You can order our TCH hoodies and other merch online. Here is the QR for it. They've got some really cute swag, and I am guilty of having a couple of them already.
Well, that's your responsibility. I mean, that's your responsibility. Who else is going to do it?
I will check.
All right, Manny leading the action with a wrap on top, pair on bottom.
What's new? Manny leading the action, right?
It's been working for him. A lot of people seeing the turn.
Yeah, everybody with relatively smooth equities here. Much different than when Doug flopped set.
Alrighty, couple people hitting that king.
Trip kings for Manny as well as Bertram. Bertram in a decent position to scoop, actually, with his trip kings and king high flush draw on the top board.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a call here from him at minimum. Probably at maximum as well.
Yeah, Manny keeping the pressure up. Bertram basically having to make the decision right now. Is he ready to commit potentially his entire stack with trips and a flush draw?
It's a hard decision there to make.
It really is.
Because without having ace king, you're never going to have the nut vote.
And you're potentially up against already made boats. Yep. And the king deuce. Oh, which Bertram actually has. Excuse me, I missed that he had already filled up. Wow, to the river, almost 3K in the middle.
Why is that? Why is there a yellow skill?
Prestige only playing the top board.
There's no yellow. Green, purple, blue, red.
But that's all he needs because he will win half
Wow.
the pot
Like poison?
if
How did a yellow get in this bag? There's a yellow skittle in this bag. The yellow is
and Manny now with
What is
Yeah,
it
unfortunately, Manny, the odd man out.
about? Doesn't belong in it. Poison.
Collectors will pay weird money for that.
Skittle collector.
I mean, stick with
There's a
Tabasco.
market. It's an error.
Found out that there's a market.
I mean, I had to pay $3 for it. What's a collector gonna do?
1,000.
And Prestige going 1K. Manny with just about that behind and makes the call, unfortunately.
very awkward spot for Bertram.
Yeah,
He has
Bertram.
to decide if King Deuce is the winning hand on the bottom board. And honestly, I think he's going to fold.
Yeah,
It's an easy call or an easier call when Manny does not make the call, but it puts him in a really bad spot.
looks like he's leaning fold, actually, and this would be huge for Manny, as it would give him half the pot. 4,700.
Nah, he's making the call. Cutting the chips out. I feel it. He just had a hand where he made the big bad
Yeah,
river call. I know it's playing back in his head right now.
yeah, you don't want to do it back to back, and this time you would be rewarded. But I can definitely empathize with this spot, and it looks like
But if
more.
he decides to make the call for 650 on the turn with the made full house, that means he is okay with battling the ace king. So he's only afraid of king 7. And he made the correct call, and they chop up Manny.
I got king 2 for
Nice effort, though.
very tough call by Bertram, but very nicely done. And that'll make he and Prestige, the two choppers of the pot, the biggest winners.
I was hoping you wouldn't call.
I'm just down.
I was like, please fold.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just down.
Yeah, Manny was banking on Bertram finding the fold because he made the call, which is exactly what Manny just told Bertram. Rough one.
Yeah, and Manny basically just, I think he only had 35 bucks or so behind
King 7, ace king.
after that 1K bet, so he couldn't even repot to try to get Bertram to fold, which I certainly wouldn't put past Manny to attempt.
If I potted, were you going anywhere?
I'm down, brother. I don't fold when I'm down. That's a little secret, boys.
As it stands, biggest pot of the night
Go away.
going to Bertram and Prestige.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
Yeah, Manny on top of the leaderboard all night has finally
What's your name, dude? John?
seen different.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately stuck at this point, but
From around here?
to the earlier point about,
Oh, nice. From where?
you know, higher VPIPs,
I haven't made it over
can
there.
certainly spin it up quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely living in the land of opportunity at this table.
No, I'm from Florida originally.
All right, dealer change. Braden did a great job.
Comedy. Stand-up comedy.
Really grateful for these awesome dealers that we have at TCH.
Yeah, a lot of hard work for the dealers on the stream. They have to do their
I like
typical
I started when I got here,
dealing
so I'm by no means good.
duties, along with call all the action back to the booth here,
I'm
to
honestly,
the producer
I enjoy
who
the art form more so than I
inputs the action and bet sizes
shows and
that you see on the screen.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Are you performing on a regular basis?
Not as much as I was when I first moved here. I kind of slowed down a little bit. I had a lot going on. I've been traveling and then had some surgery done.
So for like when you perform, do you have like a social media that you post to?
Not
So
for-
this is one of my favorite promos.
No.
Free time rise and grind, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you get here early, this is one that I've done driving back from the airport.
There's a lot of it here. Probably.
Come play early before you go home, play for free.
Austin's the place to be right now for stand-up.
The other
Especially
promo, I
downtown.
don't believe we have a
There's
graphic
show every
for,
night
but
downtown. There's probably 5 shows.
$50 all day on Tuesdays. So for 50 bucks, you can play all day.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Save the hourly fee. It's
Oh, nice.
$12 an hour
There's
typically.
a lot of venues too that are like
No rate.
strictly- Creek and Cave is really good. I like that.
Yeah, it sounds
Probably my favorite one.
We also have. Yeah, and every Wednesday we have for 9 hours, $99. Discount on your hourly.
Today is the day.
Today
Take
is the
advantage of
day.
that one.
Yeah, bluffs set out of the
Fun, and every month they come up with
That
different
was a weird spot.
specials. We're rounding up this month with a high hand,
I thought I was on
early morning time, and a
Quads and boat of the day as
Yeah,
well.
I did.
yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be a poker player in Texas.
It certainly is. The boom is real.
I needed that club to come up top. Then I would have been feeling good. The way the betting went, just when the board paired is when all
I
that.
kind of feel like I lucked out. I started playing in Austin about 3.5 years ago, and it's just gone on this meteoric rise.
You really did
Um,
find you came in at the right time for sure. I've been playing in Texas for about 15 years, but we didn't always have card rooms. So we were just playing the underground games, and it is just a horse of another color now
Yeah.
that we have card rooms. And we love to gamble in Texas.
For sure. Famous
As
for the
seen.
action.
Famous for the action. I mean, we created the game, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's called No Limit Texas Hold'em for a reason.
Wait, what did you say? Oh, I don't know who that is.
So Manny here with top pair.
Oh, no way.
Like he's reloaded.
Oh, that's wild. Did he still
He'll
play
take
right now?
the first pot down
I don't know why I didn't hear about this.
after reloading.
I thought you were saying Shane Gilgis. I was like, dude, I don't care about the felonies. I'll wear a Shane Gilgis jersey all day, bro.
That makes perfect.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun felonies. I'll wear your jersey.
Yeah, speaking of the maturation of the Austin poker scene, it's when I first started playing at TCH, loved the room, but it's kind of in comparison, sort of quaint and and simple, I guess you might
Oh,
say.
yeah,
About-
it was definitely a startup
I
room.
believe there was 9 tables, arguably 10 or 11, depending on if you include the stream. And now we've got a full bar and restaurant, enormous screen to watch a game.
That's what I was going to do,
I mean,
man.
TCH is the founding of Texas Poker. It's the first card
I don't know
room,
how you knew it.
and they have just since then just done amazing things. It's just
Who's holding
growing.
that?
Yeah, it's very obvious when you come into a new club that a lot of thought was put in, for player enjoyment, comfort, just the entire experience of playing poker is top notch.
And as a tournament player, I just I
I
don't have to travel to other states to play. There's one in the area always. Sometimes I might have to go a little farther and find the really good tournament in Houston or Dallas, but they're here.
And that plays a huge factor into your win rate too, because you shave off
Oh,
all the travel
yeah.
expenses. and-
Absolutely. And I hate going to Vegas. Hate it.
yeah, ironically, I think a lot of people think that I play poker in Vegas, but if I go to Vegas, I'm really not playing all that much poker if I'm there. I'd rather play poker in Texas.
Yeah, same. Especially cash game.
Yes,
Cash
absolutely.
game in Texas versus cash game in Vegas. There's just they're way different. No competition.
James Harden would just be in the zone.
So ace high and a nut flush draw here for Bertram is going to be ahead of Kevin's diamonds.
But if this is the Black River, I bet Prestige will make a stab.
Yeah, Prestige will not go down without a fight. We know that. Bertram's still good with ace high here. It was a black card on the river. It checks to Prestige. What is he going to do with his air ball? And as predicted,
A little stabby stab.
yeah, chips are going in the middle, and Bertram's kind of got to get out of there with Kevin behind. So he'll fold the best hand.
And the only way to beat
Only way-
Prestige in this hand is if he raises.
Yeah, Kevin can knows he can't win with a call and gets out of the way. So nicely played by Prestige there, and he'll show.
So
Oh,
the
it shows
queen high,
one. Shows one.
keeping the mystery.
Yeah. That extends his lead. We haven't had a player over 2K, but Prestige knocking on the door here. Got a steadily growing number of you watching live. Thanks everybody for hopping on with us. I'm Kyle Frisbee.
And I'm Sam Perryman. And we really, really appreciate y'all. Click the like button.
Yeah, please click the like button, subscribe to the channel. We're here every Wednesday in Austin and throughout the week at all of our other locations in Houston, Dallas, Rio Grande Valley.
Egypt is over 60% now.
I'll take $5 now. Probably, yeah.
So you're taking the under?
I'll take the under. Two raise.
And bet stack, been a bit card dead.
You asked them what seat 7's VPIP is.
It's a round.
Gonna go ahead and raise up the Queen 8 suited here.
Get a round of these.
Can we get a round of these?
Whoever's the lowest.
He'll
gotta
just
get
take it
10
down.
Oh, that's it.
Every hour.
I got my money on C8 or 2.
Lowest VPIP. Lowest VPIP?
Yeah. And then a T.
Yeah.
Here's your VPIPs, and as predicted, Prestige and Manny, considerable leads at the top, up around 60% each.
17%.
Bertram as well, pretty good clip at 30%, and
That's a green chip each, bro.
Barber on the very tight side, although it's a relatively small, it's only 56 hands. If you're card dead for 56 hands, then
He's in an awkward spot, too, between two active players.
that's true. Being sandwiched between Prestige and Rishi, it's gonna change the way you have to approach the game.
Yes, 60. Oh, it's a push. It's a push. It's a push.
Give me this.
Sure, we'll do it again.
Is it 60
All right, Bertram straddled 20.
Barber's 10%, brother.
Hey, don't. You're not allowed to give that reaction.
You gotta take your shirt off if you get single digits, dude.
Yeah.
No shirt stream if you're in single digit VPIP.
Speaking of it, the players couldn't know that we just showed the VPIPs, but I think they're razzing Barber about his low VPIP.
Oh, that's 9% territory, brother.
I'm trending that way.
And I worked so hard to get it back up. I only got it up, how much? 4%?
Alright, let's
I don't think we've ever had a single-digit VPIP, at least not a stream that I've done.
Yeah, but this hand, including this hand.
Oh, you want to bet again?
Top pair here for Doug.
And this bet should probably take it down.
You want to bet again?
So I guess he's like the fold price. You want me to fold?
Yeah, Doug not going to have one of the crazier images, and Bertram will let the end of the day, the trays, go
I
to the
love
muck.
everyone showing their threes hand.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back with the launch.
Yeah, it's funny how a poker game or session can kind of take a life of its own.
Oh, for sure.
No one showed up today thinking that we'd be talking about pocket threes
Yeah.
a couple of
Hand of the
hours
night.
later, but
It's you, Prestige.
here we are.
Prestige, you're the big winner.
2,300.
Prestige is the big winner right now.
That he is.
About a little more than 2K.
I love that you were the one that asked the question too.
Yeah, you guys all know, right? Y'all know that.
Y'all didn't pay attention. I got a really dope
It's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Glad to have you back. What was Manny's VPIP?
Even though I haven't hit the 65% mark.
Almost one better than
Wait, who has a higher
Not going to be on the
than
thumbnail with that kind of
Manny? What's your
that
VPIP?
guy. What are you at?
What?
Your VPIP.
I don't know.
56.
Someone talk shit to you?
His seniority.
Did you ever get like 9 deuce or something?
Oh, sounds like the VPIP data has made its way to the table.
I 3-bet 8-3.
They're
That's up.
Suited the call.
I think it was the first hand of the night.
being a little bit merciless with Barber here.
Queen deuce for like stupid. I raised.
Okay.
It's crazy that you're big.
In fairness to Barber, I really can't think of any nitty folds that I can recall. So
No.
Man, I was big on that one.
Sometimes hands are just unplayable because of your table and because of your hand.
yeah, I mean, if
On the flopper right
you're card dead for 50 to 60 hands, you're going to have that low.
Wow,
VPIP.
big river. 2 pair for Rishi. Probably going to get the call by Bertram. Just kidding. Bertram raises to 400.
Wow, the snap raise.
On the rim.
Kind of the double snap.
Pretty crazy.
Snap
Snap min raise, snap call by Rishi.
Dante in the chat saying, I will always have the highest VPIP. Well, I really think Dante is right. He is a VPIP hero. He be pippin'.
Dante, Dante he has some good competition when he's in there with Manny. And I don't know if he's played with Prestige lately, but Dante, if we'd have had you in this game, I think the whole table would just be on fire.
Yeah, I don't know if we can handle all of that.
Yeah,
Don't even worry about that.
be chips everywhere.
No, that's all of that.
Sassy says, what's wrong with being a knot? I believe you mean knit.
Nothing. Nothing is wrong with
There
being a
is
knit.
nothing wrong with it.
It is just a different style of play, the lower conservative play style that can often be exploited.
Yeah, typically a winning VPIP, for those wondering, is going to be in the neighborhood of 25 to 35%.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Oh, I wish you would have done it now.
Oh, Barber.
Your VPIP.
I'm glad he didn't raise this because as low of a VPIP that he has,
Oh my God, you're raising.
And the trap is already working. We got a raise here from Rishi, and he's got tens. This is not a light 3-bet.
Did you blind raise?
Manny with 10 jack suited.
wow.
Yeah,
That definitely gives Barber the opportunity to reopen and
yeah.
jam it in their face.
His cards are going to be a bit face up when he gets back to him here, but there's already going to be enough money in the pot that.
Raise all in.
Oh, wow.
no.
And Kevin just steps completely into it. We're going to have a 4K pot here.
I mean, Sassy, sometimes being a knit does pay off. Just kidding, Barber.
Wow, this is going to be almost a 5K pot. And Kevin has to know he's dead now with the limp call.
Pretty easy fold for Rishi.
Although not dead, people forget that you still have about 30% when you have the ace over any pair.
I haven't seen any aces either.
That's a great point. Yeah, no card removal from any of the other hands.
We're in for a chop hop.
So possibly 3 live aces for Kevin.
I'm not in.
Kevin has not got to like this call by
Well, so we're
Barber.
about to find out, do the poker gods hate nits? Because you've patiently waited for exactly this spot. You get 3-bet call rip with your in front of your kings. Can they hold here?
That is 2,045. 2,045.
And this is approximately tied with the biggest pot of the night. The other one being, this is by far the biggest no limit pot, just under 5K here. Graphic will get updated once everything's
All
counted.
right, are we running it once or twice? Feel like... Oh, it's still on Manny.
Oh, Manny is, oh wow, he is not folded yet. I think we just assumed.
We did. We sure did.
we assumed in a major way, but now he's thinking,
Well,
well, I can call off 1,700 to win about 6,000.
and I probably have 2 live cards. Jack 10 fares well against.
I'm catching up, but I think
Ooh, are they going in? Oh, he's pump faking us.
Manny has a lot of gamble in him. I wouldn't be all that surprised. He's out of there. Ooh, 9 on the flop for Kevin. Some additional outs.
All right, that's one board and the only board.
They rip it once, and Barber says, fine, make all your nit jokes. I'll just take all the cash. Pot ends up being around 4,300. So now Barber straight to biggest winner, and there's my lucky number, 444. $4,440.
It's also Barber's lucky number.
Yeah, tonight it's Barber's. I would gladly trade him for that seat in that stack.
Yeah, Dante in the chat argues that high VPIP is not playing bad, it's balancing and not letting your opponents know if you're strong or not. I like that.
I agree with Dante. I think the biggest factor is, can you figure out a way to navigate that? And I believe Dante does a good job of this, so kudos, Dante.
Yeah. And
But,
being more conservative doesn't mean you're a bad player. It's just oftentimes your hourly is going to be way lower.
I just think if you play a high VPIP, you're going to have to be very skilled at figuring out a way not to spew. Because I think a lot of people that play a passive high VPIP, they end up doing a whole lot of calling, check folding.
Yeah, those are the people you kind of want to play against.
100%. Yeah.
They're putting chips in the pot and then not being able to back it up.
That was an ace queen, wasn't it, Manny?
Yeah, if you can play it nice and aggressively, and
Oh my God, you would have hit the...
Dante, you don't have to defend on behalf of high VPIPs, but I'm kidding with you. But yeah, if you can do it and not be spewy, then it can be very profitable. And we know several players like that. I could name them.
Oh, yeah.
That are regulars here at TCH. And they're typically the more difficult players to play against. Like,
yeah,
you know,
those are more of the nightmares that I have fun playing, are the ones that know how to maneuver any cards.
Yeah, know how to maneuver, and the X factor is people often forget this, and they'll get trapped by a loose aggressive player like that, is they get just as many premiums as everybody else. So you think, well, the range is very wide here, but they wake up with aces, and next thing you know, you're in a really tough spot.
Oh, Marcus Garrett makes a good point in the chat. Of course the Jack 10 would have taken the 6K pot. Manny one time.
Brutal. Great point, Marcus.
If they're going to put Barber's head on the thumbnail next year, you're going to be T. Throne.
He's going to be like this.
It'll be like a slow-mo of me like folding my hand. Yeah. Like the card.
Barber might have had to take a walk, because that would have come on the river as well.
Oh, yeah.
I've done it 4 times in my life. I was right 3 of them.
So BetStack has a pair of 10s and a mystery card, and Mike has top pair here.
All in.
And BetStack rips it on Mike.
It was like a bad ball.
Prestige.
You're not supposed to.
7 deuce going into the muck, and Mike calls.
Mike's had enough. What's the other card?
Yeah, well,
What's BetStack's other card?
Queen of spades, 10 of spades. Queen of clubs.
oh, 2 pair for BetStack. Has Mike drawing very thin here. He's going to need a king.
Yikes. Mike ran into the wrong hands tonight. Unfortunate. He played very conservative and just couldn't find the better hand ever.
Yeah,
If you want the initial all in,
100%. And I think a lot of times if when you kind of sit and wait, you flop top pair, it's you're more likely to get emotionally attached to you finally making a hand.
Well, I mean, it's
Um,
really hard to get in there, like when the table is so active, and then it's hard to defend the hand that you're in because you never know what you're going against. This is a tough
Yeah,
spot.
yeah. Look where Mike's sitting. He's got Rishi three betting light on his right. He's got Manny that's going to call a very wide range and raise a very wide range. I mean,
There's no safe spots on
um,
this table.
there's really not.
It is.
Yeah,
There's a lot of landmines everywhere.
there's actually a seat that I would pick, but I'm not going to say
Wait,
it.
let me guess. Hold on. My guess.
I don't know if I should divulge this on the stream. I'll tell you
Well, yeah,
off
you
stream.
you nod or don't nod. I won't tell him. My guess is
I just want to stack dog. Aces over kings one time.
interesting. I was close. I was close.
Sam was
I was
close.
I was
yeah,
close.
Same idea. How about that?
Yeah.
Sorry, folks, couldn't let y'all in on that little bit of insight. And that's another good. Oh, and bet stack, just coming off a big pot. It's got the aces. This table's been a little quiet. We haven't had a ton of aces yet.
Yeah, we're too busy with our threes. We don't need
Yeah,
aces.
we've got sets of trays, and queen high flop here does not connect with Manny whatsoever. Goes check, check.
No, you're cool. Appreciate you.
Oh, and bet stack picks up the aces. and
Probably
just
max
gets no
value
action.
too.
Yeah.
There's just nothing to work with.
Give them what the crowd wants, right at home.
Luckily, just won that nice pot with two pairs. So.
Struggling on the three ball all night. But really all season.
Yes, it is.
Looks like we'll be playing a bomb pot. Reminder, we'll be with you guys until 10 o'clock Central. We've got a great game going here. If you've been with us up to this point, we've had a ton of action.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I would not expect that to change. I'm Kyle Frisbee. She's Sam Perriman. Hop in the chat, ask us a question, make a comment, as many of you have already.
Dante, you
Dante,
might be
Dante
on
made
the.
a solid guess, sir.
I might have guessed one or two of those numbers. Maybe.
Where do you want these boards?
Well, the chat goes away, so we'll just say, Dante, you got them both right.
Yes,
Somehow.
that is true. Yes, the
Yeah.
answer is yes, Dante.
Yes.
75, 67.
Set of queens here for prestige on the top board.
With two pair on the bottom board
Yeah, nice flop.
and a queen blocker. Queen of spades blocker. Cute hand.
And Manny
Got some speculative holdings. Got things to work with.
showing 33% equity. I'm trying to piece that together here. I mean, he has.
Heart draw, queen five,
Yeah.
and gutty on the bottom.
The problem is when you look at these percentages, when you're there, like we've talked about in the fire, and that's going to be Broadway for Kevin on the top board. But to finish the point, you're not in love with the 10 high flush draw.
No, you don't know that there's not someone
Yeah.
with a higher flush out there. There generally is, especially when everybody gets dealt 4 cards and sees the flops.
Yeah, no limit players who don't adjust their strength of hand perception in bomb pots typically do not fare well.
Pot 1225. C5, that's the pot 1225.
It
I mean,
looks-
there's not a lot of rivers that Kevin likes to see, so this bet does make sense. If he wants to try to narrow down, got to make the big bet to
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's not getting quartered, which is always a worry with a straight.
It is likely Bertram folds, but Prestige doesn't know that. So Prestige has a big decision to make. That's what I thought he was going to do, as though.
Yeah, he's going to need the board to pair on the top. Top being the board furthest away from the dealer.
Yeah, Bertram doesn't have enough on the bottom. He has to get out of there.
So heads up here, and these rivers will be important.
Okay.
So we'll have a chop. Prestige not able to fill up. Does bring in backdoor clubs. What does Kevin want to do here?
Well, Kevin has the ace of club blocker, too.
Great point.
But that's just for one half. And it's so likely Prestige has already put 1,000 in. He's calling 600,
Yeah,
700.
I'm sure Kevin would have liked to have more behind there. So definitely want to point out a lot of maybe more amateur players than Kevin would just check back and be happy to take showdown, get their half of the pot. But this bombing it on the river gives you win way more money in bomb pots if you can avoid a chop. Not going to work this time, but that's the idea.
Scary board. I'm not sure if Kevin knows that he gets any of it. But he does, in fact. It is a chop.
Yeah, so they'll chop up everybody else's money. Small profit for each.
Yeah, Kevin didn't have enough on that river to fold, to get a fold from Prestige.
While we get the pot sorted out, got a few questions in the chat. Dante will be joining us next week. Look forward to that as always. And Sassy, what live streams are going on next week? I believe we'll have the standard cash game like we have tonight, next Wednesday. But looking ahead, we will be streaming a lot of the tournaments coming up in the Trailblazer Tour. So we'll have extra bonus streams for that tour as it makes a visit to Austin.
I learn so much every time I watch a tournament live stream when it comes to the final table.
Definitely did this last one that I did when we had the main event of the spring mini series.
Oh, yeah, in Houston?
Oh, no, here, actually.
Yeah.
There was a couple of very skilled, experienced folks with over $1 million in Hendon Mob earnings at the final table, and just watching them maneuver was a lot of fun and insightful.
Yeah, I like to go to YouTube and go over some of the tournament hands, and especially higher stake tournaments. I feel like every time I watch a live stream, I'm learning something new, another way to apply different things.
Yeah, I took away a very specific thing that is easy to apply that I was able to add to my game following that stream. I mean, anytime you can have fun, watch some poker, and actually do something to improve, certainly a great outcome.
I feel like, so a 3 just hit the turn. I feel like Manny's going to bet his 3.
He's going to represent the boat. The Manny boat.
Rishi's got the diamond draw, so let's see what this turn river brings. Ooh.
Rishi gets there.
It's not that I have the nuts.
He makes an over bet.
Don't think this one's going to get paid. But also maybe.
Yeah, hopefully Manny not tilting here. He's considered some hero calls before it. Thankfully, he gets away from A-side there, but that would actually be a much better board than he's had in the past to make a hero call, but gets away.
Dante, I'm not sure when the next PLO stream is. I don't think we have one this next month because of the tournaments, but we do have another Big O stream. And I know you made your Big O debut this month. So
with a bang.
With a bang. So that's something to look forward to.
We have a 10 on live
And I believe Greg Vale, there's a good chance he's going to be back for it. I might be
haven't
lying.
heard that yet, but it would be great to have him back. 'cause
Either
he
way,
was-
we're going to have a great.
Yeah, he
great-
was a lot of fun to have in the booth.
That Arnold Palmer's pretty good.
Raise 25. Seat 3. Seat 4. Raise 80. Seat 5.
No, I'm not a big talking Yeah. I like it in
Doug, 4-bet
like
on the button with
barely
pocket
drizzled
10.
with some maple syrup and then crushed red pepper on top.
Green raise. Just got a bunch of shit.
Yeah, speaking of learning something watching a stream, it seems like we've noticed a very distinct cutoff between how people play 9s versus 10s plus.
80?
10s getting 3 and 4-bet, 9s.
He didn't announce it.
10 seems to be
Calling.
my problem hand, but I've learned to love them. Yeah, I just have to treat them differently.
Yeah.
Oh, that beats me. I got a full seat. Shows a 10. 10.
10,
Yeah, I had
10
to
for
I had
the
to
win.
adjust my 10 strategy a bit. I think it's kind of been a while. Basically the whole point was just don't get so deep in trouble with 10s before you have a
10s
way
are
out.
just a pair.
Yeah,
If I had another 5, I would.
Live 10. Live 20.
with plenty of overcards that your opponents are likely to hold.
For sure called it.
Yeah, you want 50? The shoe's a better spot.
I'd like
Barber
4
with that
hundred.
Monster King's hand up 2.4K. Kevin, wrong move at the wrong time.
Oh man, $1,000 straddle.
Sometimes right move at the wrong time, actually. A lot of dead money out there.
That would have been yours. That would have been yours.
Shane
Kevin cost you
said
that.
something like that.
Kevin cost you.
300. Seat 6.
He is most stuck, but
Dang, Kevin.
still time to climb out of it. Doug here is going to raise up another pocket pair here. This time the 6s.
I can. Call. Want to flip one? Want to flip one? Let's flip one. You pick and I pick.
No, that would not be advantageous for Doug.
Be very bad time to, yeah, don't want to play that game if you're Doug with 6s. He is ahead on a queen high flop here.
No, he's got.
Continues
king.
pretty small.
Bertram might float
Right?
if he doesn't believe he has the queen.
I don't have a pocket deuces.
No, you got king.
Just one side note, when opponents start making
The chat,
Deals.
chit chat. Ooh, and the deals.
like
yeah.
I'll show you, is almost never a really strong hand. And then the other I've noticed is when it's, say, you're facing a big river bet and they start saying, well, do you want to see one?
Yeah, they show
Something
you
that's
one.
almost always a huge hand
Sign
that
of weakness.
they want a call.
Oh. Oh, I think when they flip a card and be like, well, this is what you're facing, that means they don't have it.
Oh.
Like the dry guy or the something or like the intimidation factor.
Oh, I see.
That way. In
Yeah.
that way. That's what I feel. There's levels.
Yeah, it definitely. Just like every other situation in poker, very player dependent.
It's like them showing the card because they're afraid of you. They're trying to put the fear in you. I've done a lot of a cash game where people try to get me to fold on the river and they're like, I got this. And I'm like, okay, snap call.
And you feel like that typically is a good read?
Yeah.
Just the 3
I
want.
wrote about it somewhere on my socials. I was like, when they do this, look out.
I'm speaking of learning on the stream. May have to apply that next time it happens. Queen high flop here. Nobody with a pair except for Bertram, bottom pair.
Yeah, I know. I'm down.
All right, Prestige rages the 75. Bertram makes it 200 and call to the turn.
I shouldn't change too much, right? Nope. In that case,
Yeah, and Bertram having to play all these pots out of position against Prestige has to be getting old.
Yeah, he's going for the bigger bet size. Try to shut this down. Fighting fire with fire.
That'll work. Kind of semi-bluffing with the best hand.
V-raise, I like it. That was on the bluff. That was for value.
straight value, dude.
Such a dry ass board. Is like, let's V-raise that A5.
You'll be 500.
That was Callie call. That was Callie call.
Under the gun.
Go do that again, boy.
I will. I will.
He's got a live 10.
Get in.
Oh, like 20.
Live 20.
Go. Get to work, y'all. What y'all gonna do?
Get to
Live
work.
40. Triple.
80,
straddle.
80, 40, 80, 160. And then Barber, you gotta do 320.
All right, we have live 40 on.
Players negotiating some huge straddles here.
Live 40.
Now he wishes he put
Oh, man.
Doug with tens again.
If Doug would have done the live 80, what a spot he
Oh,
would
wow,
have.
that's true. Yeah, just sitting there with a nice pocket pair.
Letting it culminate.
Ranking the worst decisions. Making good decisions. Get it in with the nuts.
Call C3. Call C4.
I'm taking Doug's stack. I'm over him.
400
That
ways.
wasn't so.
Kevin, he sees all these chips out there and he's got a pair.
Let's go. Let's take
Ah,
Doug's
just
money.
taking the lower variance route. I'm not mad at
All right,
it.
us versus Doug. Us versus Doug. We'll chop
Especially
it up 4
knowing
ways.
Doug's hand.
$500 better
Ace high flop, Bertram with ace deuce, out flopping everyone. Pair of fives for Prestige, gonna need some help. King pairs on the turn, nobody with the king. So the mighty ace deuce well ahead here. They are 5 ways.
Doug bets 10% pot. Or less than. Little feeler bet.
And he'll induce a raise from Manny with just jack high. That gets Bertram out of there.
Which means Manny could be winning this pot.
Wow, that raise is gonna work. What a
Wow,
move
good
by
job,
Manny.
Manny.
Kind of hard to proceed.
Nice hand.
Put the 80 on.
Show him one time.
He saw the small bet and sensed
Yeah.
weakness and
Dang, again, dude?
definitely exploited it.
I had 3.
And Bertram playing ace deuce. Deuce being
I folded
a
an ace.
really bad kicker. He just doesn't want any smoke from that.
Playing a new game.
Oh, yeah, it was a big maybe.
I had
I
the
know
bet.
ace.
Live 20. Live 40.
I had the bet.
It was
Live
no ace and
100.
maybe a king. It was
$100 straddle.
What kind of move?
Bang. Maybe he had his favorite hand, King 9. King 9? Ah, wish he had King 9. Love that King 9.
Manny's turn with the pocket pair once again.
This is the first time I've seen snowmen all night.
I agree. I don't think we have seen
I didn't see that right.
I am
the eights just yet.
Raise the 200 C3, fold C4, fold C5, fold C6.
Yeah, everybody else with absolutely nothing, but Prestige will come along with the jack 6.
1,280.
Sometimes position is everything.
Prestige has used it masterfully at times.
Absolutely.
Manny bets the flop and takes it.
Show something.
8. Ocho.
I feel better about my decision.
That'd be nice, Dodge. That was good.
Live 10, live 20.
Do it, Barber.
I mean, live
100. Just put a black out there. It's Manny's anyway. It's Manny's anyway.
Trying to induce
Oh,
the
it's Kevin.
straddle. Too good.
I do 200 of it is mine.
That'll make her beat it though.
Just limp line.
200 is mine, 200 is Rishi, and the other one.
Forgot.
All right, live 40 on Barber first.
I knew Lennon here.
Seat 9 call.
100%. Seat 1 I win this hand with that shot.
Seat 2 raise, 125. Look at another card, please.
Looks like everybody turning up the heat a bit with the
I
small
feel
pairs.
it. It's warm in there.
Yeah.
Seat 3. Oh, sorry, seat 4.
Yeah, the double and triple straddles will do that. Bertram just flats with ace jack. Ooh, and prestige in the straddle, waking up with queens.
Flatting queens again.
I can feel it.
Oh, he just flats.
I
Yeah.
like fun.
4 players.
Pretty safe board for queens.
Relatively safe board. Pretty connected. You got to be worried about some straight and flush draws, but fortunately for prestige, nobody with a hand really interacting with this board.
Fold, seat 9.
Look at this guy. There you go, read that. A good, get a good 2-pointer here. Get a dunker. Lay up.
Bertram could float with the backdoor flush draw and overs, but he knows that that turn is going to be another large bet.
Technical foul.
And no way Bertram would think that prestige has a hand as strong as queens here.
Especially flatting the straddle.
Ace on the turn would be just gross. No justice. Instead, it's another 9, and that probably not Prestige's favorite card.
I think it's not going to stop him from making this turn bet.
I don't think it'll stop him, but it's definitely going to give you a consideration when the top card on the flop pairs. But
Yeah, it's not going to be a snap call. Looks like Bertram has that I want to put money in this chips. Put chips in this pot before he does. Look.
other thing when you consider ranges of your opponent, Prestige has a very wide range given that he just flatted from the straddle. It wasn't much more. He gets out of there. So he could have all the, 7, 8,
Oh, sure.
9X. So
Yeah, no, I think he was looking for different turn cards to continue in this pot.
yeah,
You started it.
yeah. Jack on the turn would have been spicy.
Or a heart.
I almost jammed on you, and I would have got snapped.
No? Go for it.
That's 25.
I would have got snapped. Put the 50 on. Rishi will put the 100. Barbara, put the 50 on.
Yeah, it's good. I'm warming up. Next order.
Rishi, come on. He's going to put the 100 on.
If you stay in the single digits, you can't come back. You beat this?
Should have straddled last.
What you mean? You're going to put the 100 on right now. You should have
We have about 3 times as many of you watching as when we kicked off the stream. Thanks
that's
everybody
cute.
for hopping on.
Raise 75, seat 9.
Definitely some exciting poker tonight.
Raise.
Good night,
Seen some
Dante.
pretty wild pots. Dante, have a good night, sir. Dante in chat there.
Call seat 9. Heads up.
Manny, ace queen suited. 3-bet on the button. And immediately outflopped by Rishi with his dominated ace. He flops a 6 here. Top pair, actually.
Call seat 9.
Bring home milk.
Check seat 9. Bet.
Manny's going to keep firing.
I mean, he does love playing the threes, and that is the card to have. I don't think we're going to lose them, though.
This is a very tough call, though, if you're Rishi. Manny shown his range can be extremely wide and could easily interact with this board. You just have one pair. You're going to face a river bet most likely. Oh, but that will make you feel better. Trip sixes for Rishi.
Now, does he check or let Manny bet?
Ooh, he's going to lead out. I thought he might check and see if he'd hang himself, but
Bets quarter pot. Probably going to be a pretty easy laydown.
Everyone's throwing this game.
Did he turn over that ball?
Yeah.
one thing working a bit against Manny is if ace high was good on the turn, it's still good on this river. With the exception of potential flush, but ooh, sticks in the call. And
He gave him a
Rishi.
good price.
Yeah, Rishi gave him the right price. It's paid off there. And that is at least the third pot 2K plus for Rishi.
He's stacking them.
And I'm pretty sure he hasn't lost any of that size. So when the money's going in, it's headed toward Rishi.
Yeah, we got a few big winners tonight so far. 3 2K plus winners, and then everybody pretty south of that.
We usually don't travel like this without a
Pretty south of even.
And very different styles amongst the three. There's a lot of different ways to approach the game of poker. That's kind of the beauty of it. Is we've got three
Absolutely.
players playing very differently, all with similar winnings.
3,200. Bump it up.
All right, sir. Make your decision. We got fisherman back.
Ace 10 versus King Queen. Deuce Deuce 4 on the flop. Ace high is still good here for Rishi.
It's like if you're his teammate, you still gotta give him the ball.
His foot was on the line.
Bertram gonna bet, and Rishi thinking, can't think of a hand that you have that interacts with Deuce Deuce 4, so somewhat of an easier call with ace high.
It's the element of surprise.
Pretty sure I never see that.
That dude's tall.
So that's center. Mouse corner. Oh, it's a stop.
Rishi going the probably the check call.
I think so too. Depending on the bet size right here.
He's trying to box him out.
Check
Nope.
check with King Queen showdown value. I get it.
Yeah, I think probably fortunately for Bertram, he didn't have a hand like 10 high where he kind of has to bluff.
Mhm.
Probably saved him some money there. I think Rishi was probably calling most bets.
Yeah, she'll let me know. How close are we to a bomb pot? Players are clamorous. 2 hands, she says.
Said something near the button.
What'd the bluff say? How long?
2 hands. When the button's on seat 7. Now we got a live 10, we got a live 25.
50. 100, 200. No? I could have 200, you could have 400.
Yeah.
Bertram would do that, right?
Hell yeah. Every time.
Every time he's
Call seat 1. Call seat 2. Raise seat 3, 80. 225. Raise seat 4, 225.
Bertram's turn here with the hand of the night. He's got the trays.
That's my buddy.
Call C3. That's a
Caitlin Clark effect. It's like having.
Manny makes the call with king deuce suited.
check. C3.
Yeah. That was like game
King high flop, so Manny jumps well into the lead here.
Wide open.
Call C3.
There we go.
Okay.
Check C3.
Does anyone have a lot of points?
Manny will make trips on the turn. Bertram's still looking for a 3.
C4 bet 350.
Luca looks skinnier.
Does he?
Yeah,
In Dallas?
he looks skinnier. Yeah, his
I
arms.
mean, even if he hadn't, he would still would have been an all-star Dallas. I'm just like, I don't understand it.
Bertram keeping the pressure up, and Manny certainly going nowhere now with his trips.
They could have got so much stop. He's gonna straight him. We call be open.
Call C3.
Manny doesn't have all that much behind after making this call, so big pot brewing though, over 1,600 now to the river. And actually Manny has more than the 155 shown here, and his trip kings are still going to be good. And does Bertram want to bluff at it? And he does, and gets snapped by Manny. Oh no, excuse me, Manny rips it.
It's unfortunate because Bertram wants to fold, but the amount of
Yeah,
chips in that pot to how much he has behind, he almost wants to hope that he missed the flush draw or something.
Exactly. And he- I'll let y'all listen to the table here.
Think of a pocket pair that we want to highlight.
Is this good?
Yeah. 2 3s and put the queens as well.
If you have 5, yeah.
Just not as spread out. What else is coming out?
I think he's going to make the chips go in the
Yeah,
pot.
I think he's-
to win 5 million.
Anybody need service?
The stupidest spot.
He's getting 8 to 1.
I just know you have a king though. Is the dumb shit. But Manny's my friend, right? Yeah. You're my friend, right? Show the bottom card. I can't, right? 'Cause it's a king. It's a king, right?
Yeah, he can't do anything.
Oh,
If
so
he shows the
stupid.
deuce,
Lucky I'm dead,
it actually
man.
probably
You're gonna
alludes
get
more to having a king there.
And if the deuce was a spade, it could maybe
Yeah.
help, but
So dumb. So dumb, Manny. You're my friend.
Call.
Hey,
Showdown at
yeah, I know.
C3s.
I see
King
fans.
deuce for sure.
This is the call just for the entertainment.
well, that was about as fun as
Lucky
king
he's my
deuce
friend, man.
versus trays can get, right?
Yeah. Friendly game.
Yeah. Bertram pays it off, so Manny full double.
King deuce, you can see it.
It was king deuce.
Winning the game. JJ Redick and Caitlin.
Angelo in chat says, I heard Kevin wants to jam 7 deuce pre-flop with 5K effective and 1. I was not aware of that. If true, impressive.
Feels like the 7 deuce game might have been in play. But if it
does seem
wasn't,
likely.
even cooler.
I know you're eager.
I am, but the evenness was not why I asked the question. It was more so out of confusion because no one was putting it on.
I don't really do it anymore, but when I first started playing to create a loose image, I would 3-bet 7 deuce every time I got it, and then whenever I inevitably had to fold, I would show it and give it a little ha-ha from the table.
Oh my
And it
god.
kind of gave, it, because it's such a stark image of, whoa, look at this crazy guy, you know. It wouldn't cost me that much money, you know, and kind of established and got in people's heads that, oh, this guy could be, you know, playing anything. He plays
Oh my
trash.
gosh.
And,
That's too good.
Yeah, it was actually a strategy that I had for a while. Maybe I should. Yeah, time to bring it back. You know.
I have never been holding it in a hold'em table. Unfortunately, I warn the table when I sit down. And I'm like, okay, no longer 1-2. There's no limping over here for me.
I've definitely had the people, and they fit a pretty predictable profile, who will start doing the kind of huffing and puffing every time I raise because
Oh
they're
yeah.
getting tired of it.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Got to teach these kids a lesson.
Yeah.
Well, 3's ahead.
And Mike
Mike
flops
needs
a
a W.
boat. Not the boat he maybe wanted, but he boat nonetheless.
Manny says, I know you have a pocket pair, but how big is your pocket pair? What a deduction.
Yeah, I think everybody will be getting out of Mike's way. And
Let's go. They love
Mike
the
wins.
threes. What a table camaraderie here.
Yeah, this is a fun table.
Wow.
You guys play a lot of poker together.
How many times have we seen it?
That's a lot of trades, and it's gonna be a bomb pot this game, right?
Next person that has threes, everyone has
Bomb
to
pot
pay
time,
$25.
guys. Bomb
What do y'all
pot.
think?
Yeah.
You had it 4 times, right? Or 3 times?
I've had him 4 times.
Can you imagine if we'd had just randomly decided to have, you know, like the 7 deuce game, but with pocket threes tonight?
Well, that's
How
what
wild it would've been?
Prestige was trying to do. He
Yeah.
goes, how about next person who wins with pocket
Oh,
threes?
did he already? Oh,
We all give them $25.
I wasn't able
I
to
don't
hear
know
that.
if they agreed on it. I don't think they did, but y'all had the same idea at the same time. I love that.
Jack 3.
What's the spread?
Should absolutely play the Trays game for the last 45 minutes or so.
Maybe
Now,
15
I was like, you probably have a bigger pair. I mean, like, Jack's no good, really.
He lost.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Starts to run together a little bit. How many times exactly do you think we've seen Trays tonight? It's.
I'm going to put the over-under at 8 or 9.
I was going to say 8 also. Yeah.
With Manny just alone, probably 5 times.
Yeah, man. It's a incredible number.
Set of queens for Rishi.
Sets of queens been showing up in the bomb pots
Set of
pretty
10s
regularly.
for Manny.
On Bertram with the not quite as exciting pair of threes.
Ooh, he almost
Raise,
turned that ball
C5, 4.
Kevin raising it up with a lot of pairs. Pairs for all the boards.
Yeah, Kevin's got 3 pair on the top. Or excuse me, no, he doesn't. He has 2 pair.
This game should
2
not be
pair,
Thought he
2
had a 10.
pair. Fortunately for him, the people with sets have it on the other board.
And 1.
How much is in the pot?
Pot would be 14.25.
Yeah, Kevin and Manny likely to be chopping this pot if we see a showdown.
You ready?
This or this?
For this. It seems like you're thinking about it.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, so I call 300 and then just fucking, we get it all in, we just check it down.
Yeah, he's got some decisions.
or has speech better.
Kevin's sitting on 2K effective. They're both 2K effective. It's just it's tough playing out of position with just a dry set on one board.
Yeah, Manny basically thinking, am I willing to play a 4K pot with middle set? Could already be dead to pocket queens.
Yeah, I think he's fine with making the call here, but it's what happens next. He's not looking for.
I think this is a great fold
Yeah, me too.
because he stood to chop $325 of profit,
Queen Jack, I don't know.
but he was going to have to put $2,000 in
Yeah.
to make, $165 or so.
Yeah, great fold, Manny.
I call 400 there.
I think that's a
I
really
have
important thing in
pocket
bomb
threes
pots
again.
for
What am I
people to
looking
start
for?
thinking.
I had pocket threes there.
Another
You know,
10,
it,
a top,
sometimes it's not as
You end
important
up going all in.
I had no.
just that you're ahead or likely to win one board, but you got to look at what are we fighting over here and what is my risk. It's so easy to put way too much money at risk to just win
700.
Yeah, the
crumbs.
pre-pot would have been 14.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's 700 in there, so the next round I would have had my whole stack. My black ball.
I mean, you can improve.
Let's rate.
C3 raise
75.
Did you look?
or raise 75.
I didn't know you were not looking.
Oh, I'm not looking.
I know it.
C7
Now, like,
raise
it comes around to me.
150.
Wow, we got a re-raise.
That's a mid raise.
That's a
Oh, I didn't
mid-raise.
even realize that he had raised over there.
I just caught a shitty raise there for you.
Manny, the initial raiser with
Oh,
3
look at
deuce,
good odds to get in there then.
unless he was the straddle. No, I think he was the original raiser, honestly.
Oh yeah, he's
Let me see your bottom card.
yeah, he was in the double straddle.
I'm down.
Wait,
Keep holding.
I just said let me see your
But we do have a 4-bet from Prestige here with King Queen suited, actually dominating Bertram's Queen 9.
I could have let him just show it to me, huh?
Drop 2 pairs, counter if it is.
This is the one I'm hitting too. You should have seen it.
That comes out, what do I do? And get stuck
You
in
should have
there.
seen it.
That's an ace or the other ace?
Oh, it's on me
It could have
first.
been the
You
other
got the
way.
button.
Ace high flop here, nobody with a pair, but King high is still good.
75 is, yeah. There's a flat called a 75.
Prestige will keep the heat up, and it's going to be hard for Bertram to continue.
I'll let you pick a card.
Bottom one.
He will let it go.
Get it! I beat me.
No.
Yes! Yes!
Yes.
Was that LeBron?
Yes!
No, that was
That was LeBron.
Oh, LeBron got the tip.
Yeah, LeBron tipped it in. That was good. That was
No.
good.
Makes the
That
first
doesn't
50
count.
million.
Wow.
Yes.
LeBron,
think-
1 point.
Come watch sports at one of the mini TVs here at Texas Card House.
Yeah, they counted it.
Looks like the players are watching the Laker game. There's a TV right behind the dealer.
So who shot it?
Let's go.
Originally?
Luka laid it up and missed.
Let's go.
5? 5. You know what? No one's made it 15.
Raise 15.
Oh, that counts.
Oh, way good.
Perfect.
Way
Just in
good.
time.
Raise
Raise
six,
16.
That was close.
That was so close. What is it like? 3
That's
tenths
a
of a
charge.
second?
It was less than 3 times.
That's a charge on
110.
LeBron.
110.
God.
That's a charge on LeBron. No luck here. Charge him.
Stop looking at your own world.
Doug, a little bit of trouble here. He 3-bets ace jack, and Rishi's going to wake up with ace king.
Indiana's ball.
He'll make it 250.
Wow, what a huge win.
And Doug just out of there.
He's like, nah,
And
not interested.
I
So you get this
100% am with that fold. The ace jack finds the muck
We
immediately.
had like 5 turnovers. Just like the second half.
10, 20.
We've got a 20.
$50.
We've got a 50.
100, 100.
What the hell is going on?
All right, $50 straddle.
Bernie would do
But
it.
it is a 40, guys. $40 shot.
$40 straddle. Action on Doug. Doug full.
I was excited. I was
Bernie
ready.
would do it. Bernie would tell you to do it.
Seat 9.
No, Bernie would not.
How's that not a charge
Bernie
on
would say,
Luka?
play like Barber.
That's a
That's
charge on
winning
Luka.
poker.
Seat 1.
Key point to remember is that straddle brings everybody down to the 40 to 50 big blind level, except for the big stacks. Actually, everybody there is pretty deep, so that'd be about 100. But players like Mike,
I'm getting in there.
about 25 bigs in that
One what?
situation.
180? That's 80.
That'll get bet stack. Put some money in with ace-6 suited, and Manny's going to wake up with the ace-jack.
Call C4.
Come on, Kevin. The water's nice and warm.
Nah, I don't think Kevin's going to see a
Nope, he does not like, he doesn't like splashing around with them.
flop.
Yeah, both of you guys.
Do not like green eggs and ham.
Well, I'm going to bet there's no ace on this flop. Everybody with an ace. King high board. Nobody really connecting here. Backdoor spades for Bertram.
Nice size bet. Original razor.
Yeah, he's so much of his range is going to have a king. If you're Manny, you're going to have to hit pretty perfect runner. But Manny does hate folding.
Especially when the cards look so pretty. Yeah, it looks like he might not. No,
Yep.
psych. He
Out of
punked us.
One thing I admire about Manny's game is you can tell in certain situations where a lot of people would just kind of insta make a decision, either
Oh yeah,
fold,
no, he's
call,
very
whatever.
methodical.
He is. He thinks through all the possibilities.
Yeah, I feel like I see wheels turning.
Mm-hmm.
The heart doesn't come on ace.
Yeah, women's rights.
I don't want the jack to hit.
Yeah, kind of every move is on the table with Manny when it's his turn to act.
Now that you're pretty strong.
We have a 10, guys, and maybe you're 5.
And I can have them come in and give speeches.
So that gets bet stack back to about even.
40. I got 40 on what? We have a 40.
Still recovering a little bit from that unfortunate run out with his set of nines.
I was like, what? No, what?
Live 100.
I was like, there's no way.
This is one of those moments where you just like speak it into existence.
This is what?
That's a strat.
Yeah.
Yes, strat.
You could have said like you're the two. Maybe he'll think it's like $2.50, $2, and it puts
Raise
oh.
to 500.
Big raise from bet stack with the ace king, makes it 500.
Whoa!
Oh, and Prestige wakes up with the aces.
Yeah, that was a charge on that look, guys.
His face looks like he doesn't like his hand.
And bet stack is not going to be worried about putting it all in against Prestige with ace king.
Yeah, he put a quarter of his stack in pre. Likely to put the rest in pre.
Yeah.
Raise.
Definitely on the gold tap.
It was in the rim. It was in the cylinder.
Sets him up for the jam.
Cylinder.
Raise. All in.
Yeah, snap.
Oof.
Guys, action is complete. You ready to run?
Huge cooler here for bet stack. Prestige,
Aces.
That's what I'm talking about.
huge favorite to win this 4K pot.
Keep it clean.
Yep.
That's why you straddle. Oh, that's as clean as it gets.
That's it.
Clean run out, Prestige.
We've been running it once tonight.
Fire, man.
I mean, you were on
Max
fire.
Payne.
Queens wasn't good enough, huh? Have to go with aces.
Prestige gains an even bigger lead. What a hand.
Maybe fun.
That's a big raise. 500.
Maybe fun.
I understand the raise by Prestige. Or Prestige straddled to 100. I understand the raise. Out of position was he small blind with ace king. Yeah, you just need to make the big
Yeah,
bet against those blind hands.
It's kind of going to play itself. And
Yeah, no fault
what
of
a
his own.
dream. You're in the $100 straddle
Oh no.
with aces.
Is that
Just-
even fair?
Yeah, I mean, that's,
it is.
that's those spots that you have to just kind of hang on to because they only come up once in a blue moon. But
Tough one though.
Prestige up over 4K now.
Lose my money like that?
He won almost enough money in that pot to buy a pair of shoes like yours. For those obviously listening here, she has on, I recently became cool enough to know what these are. So these are those Golden Goose shoes that are the price of a decent used vehicle, but they look like
Beat
you bought
up
them at
tennis shoes.
Goodwill.
Yep, they sure do. And I've worn mine so much. But I mean,
Which just
I
makes
kind of
them
like.
cooler, right?
Yeah, I kind of bought them like this.
Yeah.
I decided to treat myself out of it after a tournament win, and these are what I bought.
Okay. Way to work the little brag in there.
Yeah, you know.
So the question is, are they actually comfortable?
They're so comfortable.
Okay. All right.
These were the only shoes I brought to Vegas for the whole summer.
You're gonna get your pocket jacks. I'm
They're
telling you.
they're Italian leather. They mold to your feet. Nobody's mad at them, but also they're ridiculous.
The first time I ever heard of what those were, somebody was saying they went to the comedy mothership here in downtown Austin, and said they were waiting in line. And they were like, "Yeah, there was all these cool hipsters down there wearing these expensive shoes that look like they
They're
belonged on
beat
a
up,
homeless
yeah.
person."
Yep. Ooh, Manny.
Manny
Speaking
with the
of,
kings.
45.
Raise 205. C3 raise, C4 fold.
Kevin looks like he's gonna get in. All in, says Kevin.
All in, raise.
Wow, for the second time, he rips it when somebody has kings. Oh, and Doug has aces.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Now I'm like,
Wow.
can Manny get away from this?
Re-raise. All right, it's gonna be a call. Give me a moment for the count. I didn't see that orange chip my bag.
Massive cooler developing here, and Kevin just.
There's no way.
Last time it was ace 9 suited. This time it's
Prestige
ace 10.
is looking at the action and it's like, what is going on? Well, you know, in just another day.
And what does Prestige have?
A strong hand
Yeah.
or some awe factor, one of those.
Oh, he is out of there.
All in.
Yeah, he's just in shock. That's what it was. Took him a little longer to
And
fold.
Manny, this, yeah,
Who's got the threes? Who's got the threes?
6,500.
Well, Dan in the box is just feeling that heat.
What'd you like over there? You liked it?
This is not to jinx Doug, but I think in each one of these spots, the best hand going in has prevailed. See if the aces can hold once again.
All right, guys, I'm going to get 1735 from each of you into the main. 1735 into the main.
Action for real.
You're welcome.
Yeah, what's going on with the aces over here?
Yeah, Kevin, just thinking every time I try to make a move to pick up these massive straddles, somebody wakes up with
It's
aces.
like in theory, this is supposed to work.
And Manny just thinking, you know, to try to get in his head a little bit. I've played every pot. I've fought for every dollar. I finally get kings and run straight into aces.
Oh, kings!
Oh my god.
Oh, I am in great shape.
And for
Manny, this
anyone
is
wondering, 1 out of 14 times that you have kings, somebody is going to wake up with aces.
Kevin's only prayer is 10, 10, or
Oh my
spades.
goodness, no.
Oh, dead.
That is it.
Wow.
Aces.
Makes a
Boat, aces, full of
the
nines.
case ace for the boat.
A little 10K stack
He's got you covered on
for Doug.
Wow.
Cute.
Doug just absolute patience and just the dream spot.
Isn't that crazy?
He's grinded through a lot today and now prevailing. 2 4K winners at the moment. What a stream today.
You know, going into the night, I said we'd probably have some decks approaching the 10K mark, and there's Doug. He's now eclipsed it. And poor Kevin, he just trying to make the aggressive move, steal some dead money, and both times aces.
Yeah, hand me this. Yeah, and then you can grab their check. Thank you.
I'm in for a I just added
2,000 timing.
Perfect.
2,000 for C3. How much are you?
And speaking of how quickly things can change, there was a reasonable period of time early on in the stream. Doug was actually the most stuck. He was down around 2K at one point, so
Yeah, 6K turnaround.
big turnaround. Since we have plenty of time here, actually, when I first met Doug, I had a really fun hand. He was 3-betting me mercilessly at a 2-5 table, and I finally got tired of it, and I had 5-6 suited, and I 4-bet jam, and he snapped me off with aces, and I made 2 pair. And that was the first hand I remember playing against
So
Doug.
you're saying he only plays aces?
Yeah. To my knowledge, based on that hand and this one, yeah. No, yeah.
2,000. Manny, you're 2,200 behind.
Man, oh
Right,
man.
right spot at the right time.
Absolutely. Look what these straddles. Where did all these good cards, good hands come from as soon as we get the straddles a little bigger? Is that the poker gods
I
doing
mean, just
something?
absolute, yeah, chaos.
For real.
And held. I mean, it. You know,
Combo draw.
he had around a quarter of the time. He's going to lose that massive pot. So
You're just putting 100 out there?
you got to get in the situation
We're trying to see
and
if we
hold.
can get Barber
Well,
below
able to do
5
both.
BPIP. Below 5%.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, he's definitely in single digits. He's definitely in single
And the big hands continue.
Ace King is, as soon as we're back up here, Barber has been quiet since winning that huge pot with kings.
So kind of follow the action, and I wonder where our straddle ended and when our
I
betting
believe
started.
Barber might be in $100 straddle.
If so, no, well, we'll
It
find
says,
out.
oh, maybe
There's 100 here and
he
100
did.
here.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so-
Maybe Prestige is the $100 straddle.
yeah, I think he just flatted the $100.
Like a
appears to be.
G.
Live 100.
You're right. Yes, you're right.
Given that cooler he just endured, please don't let Manny wake up with ace queen suited or something. He has ace 80s.
I'm rooting for the Manny comeback. We got 30 minutes left on this live stream, but I've seen the way these boys play, and anything is possible.
It's very true.
All right, that touched nobody but Bertram.
Yeah, nobody with diamonds. Manny just with the 8 of diamonds. So
And Barber with overs and a backdoor flush draw. The backdoor flush draw. Feel the frustration on Manny's face, but it's fine. We'll cool off, we'll recoup, and
yeah,
we'll get them.
it takes a bit to bounce back from that, but these guys have played a lot of big pots, so
For sure. Yeah, Manny's a regular here.
he'll get past it.
He
Yeah,
knows how
absolutely.
it goes. I like, again, Bertram feeling like he has the best hand, not trying to let people get in for free, especially out of position. He's drawing the line right now. Nice.
Showed an 8 of
Showed the 8, not the jack. Funny.
I guess we've got a 10, we've got a 25, we've got a 50. $50 strap.
Bald head would be able to see so far.
2000, 15, 16, 17, 18.
You got the 10 bucks? What's your turn?
28.
10 is good? 28. 20 good? I appreciate you.
Down 37.
I'm down to 16,000. I'm about 18,000.
Yeah, waiting for
I
bucket.
thought I had given you a card. No worries, you're good. Live 50. Full C1. Call C3.
I want to get that one free now.
Alright, you're locked up here.
I don't know, you give a shit out $50. Fucking run the aces.
Call C8. Check C8.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, like,
Want to get a live tell.
you ran into it in the hand right before, you know? With ace king. So I'm like, I was like, I'm good.
Happened to me for 11 shades the other day.
11 king?
75.
Let alone.
100, or you said 100, right?
75.
Oh, 75, I missed that. That's 75, C8, full C4.
Barber's cutting
Call
up.
C3.
Barber's cutting up. I'll call.
Call C7. 3 players. Check C7. That's C8, 225.
Barber's playing a hand?
Two pair for Barber.
Full C7.
Manny with the heart draw.
Heads up. Check. Bet. C3, 500.
Not the best river for Barber. But because it paired the board, it gives him a chance to get out of this one. If the river was like a 6 of hearts, I think that Barber can easily pay off this flush draw. But I think unless he convinces himself that Manny is tilting, I think he can find the fold.
Coming?
Floor. Table 17. Clock. 46. Clock.
Yeah, weird
Cancel floor.
for sure. I think he deserved a little more time, but
Shows deuce 5 of hearts for the flush.
I like you, Bubba. I'm sure.
nice hand, Manny.
Made me hunt that down, though.
Nice hand. Now the turn will do
You didn't have a jack, so you might have like ace queen.
I counterfeited 2 pair by the river.
Yeah. We have a 10. We have a 20. 5-20. Call C1.
All right, we got a $20 straddle. Mike calls 20.
Ankle sprain against the king.
Raise
That stack
C2,
says
80.
raise it up to a hundo
Call C3.
or 80.
Call C4.
The standard opens have changed a bit, haven't they?
Stakes have risen.
Yeah. Literally, quite literally.
Boy. 5.
Trips for Manny. Bet stack has a pair of queens. 2 pair technically.
Bet C2, 175. Call C3. Call C7. Call C1. Heads up.
Bet stack's going to pair his jack, but that's relatively meaningless here. Manny has the check mark with his trips and is being bet into. It's going to be music to Manny's ears.
Flats the bet.
Bet stack's going to keep betting. I thought he might check and just try to get to a showdown, but Looks like he thinks he's ahead here. Manny definitely not folding, but does he raise?
I think he's going to throw one chip in. That's my bet.
Yeah, he's definitely not raising now that he's kind of voicing his thoughts.
I think he's just only fearing ace, king, king 10. And that's about it. I mean,
But
obviously
he's
queen and ace jack, but not
chopping
really. So many more, yeah.
king 10 or ace 10, excuse me.
I think he's going to deliberately, methodically think about what he's going to do and then make the call.
I think a factor here too will be I've come this far. I don't think I'm folding trips now. Put in the chat if you think this is a call or a fold. I would be willing to bet a buy-in that this is a call.
BetStack has put the pressure on turn and river.
Yeah, he has represented a strong ace the whole way. Ooh, Manny starting a card funeral.
What is that? What is that? Make the call.
Oh, he lets it go.
BetStack with a sense of confusion on his face, but also a sense of relief.
BetStack does have all the boats there and certainly played it as such.
We have a 10, 5-10.
I think if Manny hadn't just taken his recent losses, he would have been able to more confidently make that call. It's just he's currently still licking the wound, so it's fresh.
Yeah, being stuck can definitely change decision making. I completely agree with you. I think early in the stream that's probably a shrug call, but
it's like one of the biggest laydowns I've seen you make.
When you're staring at the face of digging a deeper hole, it can be a little tougher.
Just ultimately, there's so few hands there that beats you.
Yeah, there's only one ace left.
Well, he was the initial raiser on that, you know?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was the initial raiser. And, then
And Doug now, another premium, ace king suited.
In the turn comes the jack.
Sitting on 10K.
He fired away 350, and then he makes it $700.
Min clicks Kevin's 3-bets. Cute.
I couldn't figure it out. It didn't make sense. I was like,
When BetStack gets out of there with the eights, not going to try to flop a set for 250.
Yeah, but I don't know what I haven't played with that much. I couldn't figure out what he was doing. I don't think he was on a flush draw because he was betting flop, pre-flop, and then raise.
Kevin actually not far behind here,
Yeah, he see that flop.
but now he is. Ace high flop. Doug flopping the world, top pair and a flush draw. Nut flush draw, that is. He's going to continue, and I think this is going to shut it down.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say there's not a lot that can call. But Prestige is creative in his poker.
Definitely creative. This I would call this. I think creative is what a perfect way of describing this call. Doug really only worried about sets here, and he's going to get led into by Prestige, and that's right about now. Doug definitely glad to have the clubs as a backup plan, but
400 to 600, I call it that. But that 700, I was like,
this call and lead is perplexing. You could see it on Doug's face. Pretty bricky river.
Yeah, the only thing that makes is the 5-4 from the flop.
Out there means that it's like not even that. So he actually puts it out there.
And appears quickly Prestige led that river. I believe it was 400 and change and then was snapped by Doug. So Doug now up to almost 11.5K. Monster night for him. Up 5,400.
But it's just like, I was like, where is this? It's 7:35. And like, get what he's doing. This guy's got it.
We have a 10 on, live 10. We have a 25. We have a 50. We have a 100.
We're not going to get the 2.
200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200.
So I'll go do 4. I'll go do 4.
Anytime you just want to rip it, he'll fold to your rip.
All right, we have a $100 straddle
You
on.
doing 200?
Action starts on Kevin.
Live
Barney
100.
will do 400?
Act differently
Straddling
because
is a pathway to get unstuck.
he heard you say that to me.
There's a lot of stuck people at this table, and the time is ticking.
All right, $100 straddle.
Is it? Yeah.
That's the truth.
Live 100, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Just your standard Texas 5-5 game that turns into 5,100.
He wants our money first.
BetStack's going to go after that dead money. He's going to raise the ace-4 suited and take it down. 170 bucks sitting out there for the taking.
All right, guys, it's going to be a bomb pot this hand. 25 up the bomb.
I don't think this game even needed bomb pots.
It didn't hurt.
That's true.
Tell us thank you.
Look how big those stacks are. Everyone has heaps. 5-5 game, guys. I love it.
Yeah, welcome to Austin.
Is there any better feeling than sitting behind a giant pile of chips like Doug? It's just such a great feeling when you have to stack them a little taller.
Okay, that's what I'm at. I'm over here like in the Arboretum area. You coming for work or?
I did, yeah. I work for a game company. So,
What company?
Follow Doug on Instagram. I bet that stack ends up as an Instagram short. I wouldn't be surprised.
You know, I think I follow him on Instagram too. Wow, quads for BetStack. The wrong way.
The wrong way. Yeah, the unlikely set. Ooh, and top set for Kevin. Kevin is the most stuck. Hoping to get some back here.
I was like, BetStack can't put too much in this because one, he's just got too many of his own outs, having the 10s, all the 10s and the 9 in his hand, and no touching that top board.
Pretty disciplined fold. That I agree with you. Just so many turns and rivers you're going to hate.
Absolutely. There's literally like 4 cards that you want. 2 9s and whatever the other card was on the board. 3 of those, 5 cards.
Yeah, well, my family, a lot of them are in LA.
And when you need it to, it seems to never go like offsuit 5, offsuit deuce, you know.
50 is on.
I joke with them, I was like, you run like it's raining. So the heat is like,
Yeah, the nuts change very quickly in bomb pots. And Kevin, he's got the queens here.
So $40 straddle, and then Kevin opens to 125.
Oh, really? I haven't played in a minute, but you know.
And it looks like
Trying to bring
he
a
will
little
take
bit
it
of action,
down.
you know, that's what I'm known for.
Ooh, Bertram. He's in there with
Oh,
9-10.
just kidding. I got confused by the blinds and the straddles.
Doug, you're gonna lock those chips up? Are you gonna play?
Yeah. Would have been open now.
6-eye flop here. It's not improved Bertram and
That's poker though.
No, I'm gonna play.
Progressive.
30 more minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna stay for the end.
checks through. So, oh, and just the terrible turn card for Kevin here.
Probably take a lower variance check
I would call that.
or continue betting the queen. He's got options.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's 775.
Because he
175, but 25.
is in as much as he is in, he might be trying to build as many chips as
Yeah.
possible.
I
like that rule.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's been running into monsters when he has
Yeah, he's finding the right
decent hands,
opportunity
and then when
and
he gets
running
a
into
big
it.
hand, nobody has much. Sometimes that's the way it goes.
Really is.
Was this from you?
They're making it rain on the dealer tonight, dealing these big hands. Ever since Dan's got in the box,
I was like around.
the chips are flying.
It really has.
Yeah.
I mean, if we had average pot size by dealer, he would definitely be the leader in the clubhouse.
For real.
550.
You don't have 100 though.
No, he just peaked.
You're up this much. It's different.
Oh, C6. Oh, C7.
Don't need to rush to look at your
Ray,
cards.
C8.
Don't want you to don't have to.
Oh, those are big boy pants on.
I know you do, which is why it's okay.
A couple of jacks here for Barber.
Let me get in there with it. Let me get in there.
This second half of the stream is not worried about having a lot of big pairs in the mix. They're aplenty.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we've seen just big pocket pair premium after ace king suited multiple times.
Like a two-way. No, that's fine. Whatever.
You raise my straddle and then you complain after I call?
Whatever right to call.
Not the flop you're looking for when you're Barber with jacks, but actually still ahead.
I'm a little annoyed.
Check.
Check C8. 3 players this turn.
AD.
Check C2.
Manny's going to make a pair of nines. Checks around to Barber once again. And makes a set on the river.
Well, now he's got to feel good about that one.
C3 bet 100.
Yeah. Feeling pretty comfortable now, only losing to Queen 10, really. Or excuse me, King 10.
Call C8. Showdown.
9.
I got a set.
I see 9-8. I see the set of jacks.
Either way on the river. You got me either way.
Here's 100.
What do you think of raising on the river there? You can get some more value from maybe a river random 2-pair.
I love it. I would love a small raise.
I think you got to go for that thin-ish value.
Yeah,
You-
the
you're
bet
on-
was 100. I would like 225.
Yeah, I think if you go, if you make it 200 to 300, and if you get re-raised from there, you just have to say, "Whoops, I ran into the King 10," and let it go.
Ways to like put all these to a grind.
Obviously, he would not have gotten more value in that instance, but I think going back to what we were talking about, like with a Manny, always considering every option. Sometimes it's good to pause in those spots and think, is there any more value I can extract? Because those incremental extra bets add up.
All C4. C7. Raise.
257 cases is what. All in.
Raise. All in.
We got a rip by Bertram. 9-10 off.
Good shows. 9-10.
We're not even playing the Nick game.
Wow. Bertram just says, I'm ready to win a pot. Immediately, and does not meet Kevin's fate of making that move and immediately running into aces.
Don't do it again.
Last time
Kevin
you told
probably
me to do it
thinking
again.
that was supposed to happen twice for
Yeah,
me.
he's like, what? What? He doesn't get caught in with
Yeah.
his hand in the cookie jar?
Instead, I've lost a combined $10,000 worth of pots with running into aces.
Yeah. No, 2,500. Yeah.
The pot that has 300.
Yeah. It worked.
You really want those chips?
I knew what I was doing.
$50 trip.
All right, the straddles are up to $50 starting on Barber.
Raise C2, 175.
Bet stack. Gonna raise up the ace-10 off. Does have the button.
What is it?
175.
Oh, shit. Well, already there.
Call.
Prestige not in the folding mood. Calls with the 9-7 off. Pretty fair fight to a flop here.
That's me, dude.
And that is going to be an action flop. Open-ender for Prestige and top pair for bet stack.
That is exactly the action flop I would imagine if I
If you
put
were to
those two
design
hands.
one
Yes.
for these two hands,
Brutal.
I think I saw that show. That was
which has kind of been the case tonight. We've been lucky.
Yeah, I did get worked
Yeah,
after
yeah.
this.
I've just got that for you.
No, it was bad during the stream. I won some of it back after the stream. And then,
Prestige going to play his draw aggressively
but I
here.
won like 14K sports betting. That's right.
King on the turn is going to
Fucking avalanche.
Yeah, and I like
give bet stack a bit of pause, but then again, it is Prestige, and he's going to go ahead and raise him.
I don't know who they were playing. It was Colorado, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to choose to raise a player like Prestige, I think you have to make the big raise unless you want him to come along. Like if you're wanting him to call with his draw, then that is exactly what bet you make. Works perfectly.
Yeah, so another scare card here for bet stack is if Prestige fires big here, and he does.
Wow, 1,100.
And wow, just a gross run out really for bet stack. He's
Yeah, he's
gets
got
out.
to let it go.
Raw aggression again for Prestige.
You want to see it?
It's going to win him another $900.
Ooh, showed the bluff.
You almost got her
Going all in.
You got some
Crazy.
bluff. Are you looking for another card?
No, I mean, you're.
I did have open-ended, you know, at the flop, but just
On the
didn't
river?
get there.
You're open-ended? You're going for the sea? Or the ocean? What is it called?
See, I fold the window there now.
We have a 10.
Yeah, but you could add like.
We have a 25.
It looks like you improved with the king on the turn, right? Queen came on.
Be with you guys for a few more hands tonight. Thanks again, everybody who's hopped in the chat. Still time to do that if you like. And speaking of likes,
Do it.
do us a little favor. Yeah, give us a like. Takes just a second. Helps the algorithm. Gets us a few more views.
Raise C2, 75.
And this would definitely be a great night of poker for anyone to watch. Tons of huge pots. Huge bluffs, as we saw in the last hand.
How much is it? 75 total. Call. That's
This side versus that side. Kevin, do something. Rest. Do something. You're in the middle here. Pick a side that you want to be on here.
I mean, I'm on the losing side with you guys.
You're gonna do some million.
I wish I was on that side with the winners.
Yeah, that side is
Wow,
winning.
what a
Yeah,
flop
we're just
for bet stack.
sinkhole over here.
We're getting cooked. We fucking suck.
This is coming from the dude that's
Yeah,
got more
two
pocket
pair here for bet stack and Prestige. Probably not going to be able to bluff him off of this one.
Queens, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Kings and jacks over
And you
there.
had jacks also.
Rivers, saps,
You had jacks also.
river, trip sixes.
C2 raise 400.
And Prestige bets it and gets raised again, and that'll do it. Prestige out of there.
Max value.
And I lost. I flopped the fucking set and lost. Whoa, that's a foul. You can't.
I came out like hot. Picture your three.
Yeah, we have a live picture.
All right.
While we get ready for this next hand, a final reminder about the Trailblazer Tour coming here to Austin March 31st through April 14th. Multiple events, $950K in total guarantees. Got the $500,000 main event. Satellites to that main event available on Hijack Poker. Got a TCHL 20 code, which will get you $20 for signing up on Hijack Poker. There's a $40 satellite to the main event.
Yeah, there is.
Excellent way to get involved. I know you've already partaken successfully in the satellite.
Yeah. I'm going to keep on keeping on, too.
Jack's here for Mike. He's been waiting for a premium. And Ace King for Prestige.
The price should just move to whoever wasn't the bomb pot. That's the most fair.
Will raise it up.
Mike is definitely giving the right price to put
He's
it
just
in.
going to have to rip, yeah.
Oh, he wants to see a flop. Alrighty.
Just flats, okay.
Call. 3 players. I'll take the dark. Check in the dark.
Bet in the dark. Come on, bet in the dark.
Ooh, ace, queen, 8. Top pair, top kicker for Prestige.
Mike knew something. Mike knew something was up. Third place on this flop.
Yeah, potentially saved himself $630.
Because Ace King's never
Very
folded.
likely. Yeah, Prestige is not folding Ace King. And bet stack is going to need a 9 or a queen. Mike's going to bet here.
That is not a jack.
Yeah,
Check
brick
mark
on the
for
river.
Prestige.
545 seat 1, 615 seat 5, 645 seat 7.
Prestige is going to put them all in here.
I think that whoever was not the bomb pot in these 9 hands, if it said 1, 2, 3, move the button.
Should be the biggest loser on the stream gets the last bomb.
They save $11, right?
That's the rule.
On the 9 for 99?
But like the rule,
What's the hourly amount?
He knows he's not supposed to, but he's like, here I am.
Yeah, flicks it in. Jacks are going to be no good here. Prestige
$12 an hour?
just casually taking down another PK pot.
Jack's.
Button is right. And guys, this hand will be a bomb pot. Bomb pot time, our last hand of the week.
As the dealer said, we are moving on to the final hand of the night with a double board kilo $25 bomb pot.
Whatever you want.
I'm okay with that.
What a wild night of poker. Thanks everyone who has joined us.
Yeah, it's been so much fun.
If you have not been entertained, I don't know what more the players could do. That was some entertaining
Dog, you're up
poker.
$7,000.
Dog, you're gonna hit so hard on that.
nobody gets to be in button
Manny, you're in.
He's in button twice.
No, they're just gonna do the
And pending this final bomb pot,
Yeah, but it
Doug
doesn't-
with
yeah.
the massive pot, aces versus kings versus
got like
ace
9,000.
10 is going to be the big winner. Prestige on his heels, 4.2K. Actually got a chance to chat with Prestige briefly while I went to get a little water. He's having a great time in the game. At the time, he was up 3.5, so he's won almost another $1,000.
Not a bad day for half the table.
Button 6 says if he's the button, they'll make it 50. I don't think he's.
We don't care. Let's just play. Come on, let's just play.
What are you doing, Dan? Come on.
Yeah, Dan, we're down a lot of fucking money here.
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
We're just trying to play though, dude.
I mean, I'm getting charged per hour here, so I don't got time to be wasting, 1-2 minutes here. That's like, $1.
You charge by the hour.
That's $1 or $2, man.
By the minute.
There's the money here.
It doesn't matter.
Seems like there may have been a proposal to play something else. I didn't
A
quite
bigger
catch
bomb
it.
pot.
Oh,
Right now.
got it.
I'm just gonna tank.
No, just, Let's see, just make it fucking 25 right now. Just raise.
Why would you want me to do that?
Check in the dark?
Check.
Bet in the dark. Make it now 50.
Pot.
225. I checked it, says bet 225.
Got a bet from Prestige.
I wonder if it's because he has pocket threes in his hand.
That would be an incredible showdown if it. If it came to that. He does have double open enders, although not necessarily the end you want. Doug has a wrap.
Call, seat one.
Mike just wants to play. There's got to be a game plan for that hand. It's not going to win outright.
Miracle K7, I guess.
That's a bad hand for us. A 7 on that board is no good.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, exactly. It would actually explode in his
Exactly.
face.
5 players.
Yeah. No 7 for Mike's sake. And unless Manny has a king, nobody's made trip kings.
We have a wheel on the bottom. 3 wheels. We got 3 wheels.
Yeah,
Seat 7.
nut wheel for 3 players, so
Call, seat 1.
whoever can somehow win the top board stands to
Mm-hmm.
make
Prestige has
fair
a
amount of money
heart
here.
draw on the top board as well.
2,000 already in the middle. Yet to see a river.
Pot.
2450.
Wow, and Bertram's going to repot it with the wheel.
I got about 3,000 here.
What's interesting that, well, I guess because he has deuce 3, it applies to both boards, but he believes he's probably fighting for just one board.
So pocket 3's actually good on the top board
Isn't that
for
wild?
Prestige.
If pocket 3s wins the last hand of the stream, that will make so much
It
sense.
would be the perfect ending.
One player per hand, guys. Dan, can you please do something? They can't be whispering to each other over there. That's fucking crazy.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah,
I know you're not paying attention at all.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
It's a little crazy, dude.
I'm trying to figure out how much money we have. Maybe in that
I told you it's about $3,000.
He has more.
No, he's got way
You can't
more
be
than
whispering to
3.
each other in the fucking middle of a hand.
Doug trying to figure out if he's willing to risk.
He's counted up to 5 now, so we've accounted $5,000.
Has a very one-way hand here.
As does everybody.
Yeah, really everyone except for somehow Prestige
With
pair of
the
threes.
flush draw as well. But
With
yeah.
the flush draw, yeah. I think if you're Doug, this is somewhat of an easy fold. You haven't put that much money into this pot just yet.
He does have, I mean, he can improve on the bottom board.
It's so unlikely that 3 ways you would get here and somebody else doesn't also have the deuce 3, which would automatically have you quartered on one board. Of course, Doug could catch.
Yeah, a deuce
A
3
queen or a
combo is
6.
easier to have than a king's X combo.
E. McKenzie says clock.
It's not the first time clock's been called tonight, but definitely this one has been longer than the last time it was called. But it is a big pot.
Floor. Clock. Oh. Clock is called.
All right, clock has been called. Floor has given him 30 seconds to make a decision. After 30 seconds, his hand is folded.
Yeah, he lets it go.
All in and a call. Deuce tray versus deuce tray. Threes fill up.
Wow, and Bertram's going to get 3/4.
I see the same straight on the bottom.
Ooh-wee. What a wild hand. That is definitely a way to end this stream.
And Doug avoided disaster there that
Pull 5 in from each of you. You've got 26
would have cost him pretty dearly.
You're gonna send 13,
If he and Prestige had got it all in, he would have owed a considerable portion of his stack. So, as played, Bertram going to get quartered here. Prestige going to add to his winnings. He's up 6.3K, and the big winner on the night after taking that one down. And that will wrap things up for us from TCH Social in Austin. I am Kyle Frisbee. She is Sam Perriman.
Bye, guys. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in.
Have a great night, everybody.